Welcome to yet another session of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, where we're going to party like it's 2015. So Netcat, I think you're just off of about 16 years, but that's alright. Good enough, I suppose, plus or minus 15. We're going to continue where we left off yesterday, when I very unwisely decided at the end of the stream to do one more puzzle, and we picked pretty much the worst possible kind of level to be the last one of the day, one that required quite a lot of tracking information as to our current state in the level, as well as a couple of execution requirements that required me to play quickly, which, if your reaction time is slowing down at the end of the stream, is a terrible idea. However, Time Slower was true to its name, so we blitzed through so many levels yesterday and hit Time Slower, and what do you know, after that we spent, I think, 2 or 3 hours or so on some very simple tasks. The puzzle itself is not that complicated, and having slept on it for a bit, because I do in fact sleep on things from time to time, we have come to the conclusion, I think, that we had the right solution, we talked about the right solution, and I simply wasn't fast enough to execute it. Which was the same problem that we ran into for the first hour or so of the level, that it was really obvious what to do, but I thought I couldn't do it because the time requirement was too quick. B Minutes, thank you so much for the cheers at the very start of the stream. That is certainly a sign of confidence. Anyway, I decided to get the stream off to a bit of an earlier start today so we can give ourselves enough time to actually get the clear on this, because I think it is just an execution requirement and that we did solve it. So I want to prove that, I want to show it to you, and we're currently about 2/3 of the way through Pink Birdo's list, and we'll try to finish as much as we can after that today. It'll be a mix of some platforming and some puzzles. But first, a puzzle that just happens to have surprisingly strict platforming in certain places. So we get off to this start here. Step 1 is really straightforward. You grab the helmet. So there is a fast room and a slow room when it comes to the auto scroll speed. They're pretty much identical rooms except for the scroll speed and some visual cues, and one particular central mechanic that you'll see when I swap to the other side. So we spent the first hour or so of my time in the level figuring out what is the next step from here. And it was really, really simple. You swap to the slow room, where the clock moves slowly, the grandfather clock on the right, and where you move slowly enough that this muncher comes out and blocks you. And all you need to do is, well, I missed it, all you need to do is fire quickly enough to rebound and hit the POW and then jump up towards the muncher. I didn't think if I could do that quickly enough, but I can. And if you sit on the donut block to do that throw and let the donut block drop, that actually gives you exactly the timing that you need in order for that to succeed. Now at this point in the level, the next priority is to unlock the POWs. You can unlock the POWs by firing 2 shells in one room. So you deflect against a POW and you deflect against the brick that is next to it. And so, given that we're holding a shell in the slow room, we're going to take it to the fast room. And we'll have 2 shells available in the fast room. And we'll show you how that looks. Oh, like that. Very tight timing here, as you can see, because of the springiness of getting off the conveyor. But you basically take 1 shell, fire it, take the other shell, it will break the brick that was next to the first POW. Then you cycle back through this room, and then you are able to obtain a POW by grabbing it like this. Now that you have 1 POW, the next step is going to have the other room's POW unlocked as well, which means that we should go back through this room and grab a shell, I think. No, because you need to get through the muncher in the slow room, which means you need a POW, I think. Yeah, you see, the thing is, even if you've played this puzzle many times over and over, as I have, it is still very easy to lose track of what it is you're doing. So, yeah, okay, so we have one shell here. We actually want to go back to the other room and have 2 shells in the fast room, then. No, we already did that, though. We already unlocked a POW. We need to unlock the POW in this room. So how do we do that? We need to... No, we're actually good, I think. We need to grab the POW in the other room, bring it back here, and we have access to 2 POWs and 1 shell. 2 POWs and 1 shell is going to give me access through this door and get me to the checkpoint. So let's go back to the other room and grab the POW over there. Trying to remember this. We routed through it so many times, but it's so easy to get confused as to which step you're on, just because of the way that the rooms look identical. So we grab 1 POW. Yeah, if you take the door, you loop back into the same room, obviously. If you go through the pipe, you get a time swap. Now here, we're going to fire once, and then this is one critical step that is very easy to mess up. We kill the shell, we kill the dry bones first, and then we hit the muncher with the POW. Otherwise, the dry bones is going to block the door. We do this, you take damage, you fire, kill the muncher, go through the door, that's checkpoint. Next step is to unlock the POW here in the slow room by stepping on this coin, which was formerly a block. And then we are going to go for, again, POW shell will give you access to the equivalent door on this side, which will then, whoops, we have to do this again, which will then give you the key coin. Whoop, need to see. It's so easy to miss that jump. We don't want to spend this POW yet because otherwise we will have to loop back through the slow room as before. So, yeah, this is how you do it. Same method. You take it through here. Oh, no, we have to have a helmet first, otherwise I can't take damage here. Okay, never mind, we have to redo this. Let's grab the POW on the other side. You see, it's so easy just to lose track. And we'll have to do it this way. So what we do is we switch back to the fast room. And then we'll have 2 POWs, a shell, and a helmet. No, that's wrong. Like I just said, you have to fire at the dry bones first, so let's redo this. We had so much of this yesterday, just looping back and forth just to execute accurately. And so, when we were actually working on the logical elements of the puzzle, it was a very quick level. But there's so many ways for this to go wrong if you're not paying attention. But this will get me the other key coin, which is kind of pointless. We have 200 seconds remaining, and you're likely to have to respawn from a checkpoint with 1 coin anyway. But that's okay. Next, now that we have the key, is that we need 2 POWs together in the slow room. So we'll grab 1 POW over here. And once you have 2 POWs in a slow room, you can stack them and then trade up to the spiny hat by going through the key door. And this is how it's going to happen. Whoops. You drop this one. Nope. Failure. Failure. I don't even know which POW is which at this point. Wrong one. Okay. Alright. You know what? Let's get the helmet first, just as a little extra safety. And let's go back to the other room and grab the POW once again. We should have hit the P-switch ahead of time so we slow the conveyor, and with the conveyor stopped, it's easier to do the relevant positioning. So, I think what we do then is we take the POW back to the slow room. And then we... Oh, I forgot to hit the P like I just said. And then, yeah, that's the problem, is that... Okay, let's redo this. Just a minute. Let's hit the P first. Stop the belt. And then it's easier to control speed and get over here to place objects correctly. Go through here. We should have lost the shell first because we can still take damage, but it's a little less convenient. But we'll switch into this. Notice that because we came out of here, we couldn't deal with the ice blocks right away. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we get rid of the muncher. and then head up there and break the ice. We'll want to do that from the other side as well, I think. Although it's not really necessary, because at this point we have everything we need. So, I gotta pause remote. At this point, what you want to do is you want to go back to the fast room where there is a bomb that spawns ignited under the pipe that allows you to switch between zones. The reason you need that bomb is because the 4 ice blocks that cover the transition pipes, that is where the SMM1 gold card is located, and you can tell because of the SMM1 curtain design in the background. Now that means that you have to go into a pipe that spits you out into the pipe in the main world, which means you need a pipe entry in a subworld. And we actually soft-locked ourselves yesterday looking for a wild solution to this. But it's actually just the, I think, Maker 1 solution that we should have had in mind all along, which is, okay, let's be parsimonious about it. Unless we know that there is pipe stacking, let's assume that the pipe actually is going to be a two-way as originally intended. Nurse Cutler, welcome. And let's see if we can use spring plus POW to re-enter that pipe in the slow room over here. Now, here's a trick. The conveyor is going to push objects back here. We want to enter this pipe. The top block is obstructed, but that's okay in Maker 1, because in Maker 1, when you're small, you only need the bottom tile to be open to re-enter the pipe. But what we need to do is we need to hit the P, and this is tricky. We need to basically place this POW and jump and get on top of that. Which means we need to do a kind of soft drop on a POW that we land on top of. Which is an oddly tight execution requirement for a puzzle level like this one. But I've looked at this and I see no alternative. I think this has to be the actual solution. We have to be careful not to re-grab the spring too. So we have to basically cycle through this again and again until we manage to do the drop. You see, it's really difficult. And we're going to run out of time, and we'll have to restart from checkpoint to demonstrate this accurately, so... yeah, let's grab the spring again, and we'll cycle back through. I don't think we'll have time at this point even to do the final interaction with the bomb, even if we do this successfully, but I think this has to be the answer. And you'll notice that because it's Maker 1, objects don't fall gracefully when you toss them along walls, they deflect. And which means we need to find a fairly precise deflection. I think this is the intended strat, because I thought it wasn't, and we looked around for a more sensible and easier alternative for a very, very long time at the end of yesterday's stream, and I actually just ended up soft-locking myself above the level. Because we tried absolutely everything, and I think this is the only option remaining that makes sense. You can't re-enter through the door because when you drop into the other side of the doors, there is a one-way panel that blocks them. One-way panel, like that. Whoops, we got crunched. That's okay, we were at checkpoint. So yeah, Nurse Godler, I'm pretty sure this is the intended strat. And I really doubted it, partly because it was, you know, very late in my stream yesterday, and I was playing slowly. Okay, let's unlock both POWs first. Let's just make sure we unlock everything we need in the relevant rooms. We'll just go down to the other side where we will need the coin. And let's try to get our progress back on track. And then we do need this. We're carrying the POW from this room currently. We need 2 POWs plus shell to hit this guy, so... hang on. There's got to be a more direct route back to where we were, but we'll do it this way. No, we're in the slow room. We need to go through the pipe to the fast room. Then we grab the key, then we come back here and do a double POW stack to continue from that point. So yeah, we need to grab this POW in the fast room. Then we will hit the P to make things a little more sensible in a slow room. If I can. And we'll have access to a shell. That guy's gonna drop. We bring this up. And then we do this, and then... oh, no, I wanted to grab that, not kill it, because we needed to grab that to hit the dry bones. You see, this is the problem, is that every time I reset a checkpoint, it takes ages for me to get back on track to try the interaction that we're trying to do. You see, this bomb over here that you just saw, that's supposed to be plugged in right here, and this is the goal square. No, anyway. One muncher. Okay, and then let's grab this. Dump it on this guy here. And then we enter for checkpoint. The key trades for the spiny hat. This is the slow room. That's correct, except we'll need the POW in the other room. 2 POWs gives you the key door. Oh, no, hang on, I missed. That's okay, let's cycle back through this again. Let's hit the P-switch so we don't have to deal with the conveyor belt. No, hey, how am I not picking that up accurately? Let's try this again. There we go. So 2 POWs in the other side. And yeah, look at that, we're spending basically 200 seconds just getting from checkpoint back on track. There's gotta be something faster. Oh, I forgot the P here to make this sensible, but that's okay, we'll enter. And I forgot to peel out the helmet, which means we'll need to do a bit of an extra cycle here with the spiny hat. That's okay. Once we have the spiny hat, next thing is to break the ice. And then we have 300 seconds to try the strategy that I think is correct. Which is to hit the P-switch and then do the spring plus POW stack to enter the pipe. Nope, missed it. Missed it. Alright, then we basically need to cycle round and round for the next 300 seconds to see if we can do it. Sometimes, when it comes to potentially high execution solutions like this one looks to be, I give up a little too easily, and that's the case yesterday, is that I thought, there's no way I can beat this time, there's no way this is actually the solution. But having eliminated everything else, there we go, this is it. Finally. So yeah, you kind of have to take the Sherlock Holmes approach to this, which is that once you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however timing sensitive and fussy to execute on your controller, must be the truth. So yeah, that level destroyed me yesterday, but like I said, the puzzle itself is simple, but we took so long on the first step and the last step, because both of them were timing sensitive to the points, that they seemed off simply because the platforming requirement was so rough. But we managed it. That was something that took some work. Anyway, it means we don't have to worry about that roadblock, and we'll hopefully get through much more of the profile today. It'll be a lot more puzzles first, and then a bit of platforming later. So let's take a look at... I mean, every time I see something that is built around approximately a one-screen width, I think it's going to be a puzzle. They're not strictly one-screen puzzles in the sense more common in Maker 2, where people only use the bottom screen. A lot of these use both the top and bottom. And of course, you have some that are built slightly wider that usually have some kind of scroll trick to them, as we saw with several of the puzzles yesterday. So yeah, thank you once again, NerdScuttler, for the GG. Let's take a look at pipe blockage. Okay, mushrooms all over the place. Checkpoints on the top left. P-door connects to the mushroom area, and we need something to break the goal card, which will almost certainly be a bomb. I see that the POW is kind of laid on top of that track as if to signify that maybe things are moving in the subworld, and maybe in the subworld the POW flows freely and actually moves up and down the track. I don't know if that's the case. Currently, the only interaction that's possible on this screen is to just hit the POW and blow everything up. But we have a couple of things we can check. We can check mushrooms. We can check the door here just to see where it connects. This looks like it's just mostly a scouting room, by the looks of it. But you can tell where the ignited bombs are. Let's check... Oh, I guess we have to go through here. Pipe blockage, I guess that's the name of the game here. Let's check if the bomb coming out of the pipe on the top right... Yeah, it does not start ignited. That's potentially important. The arrows on the pipes are also important because I think they tell you if pipes are one-way or two-way. This is a one-way pipe, for instance, so the arrow is pointing out of it. And you have a whole bunch of bomb protection here, obviously. I wonder if you can break the bomb protection and go through it, though, or if it is always just going to be a one-way pipe due to stacking. Anyway, I'm just looking at this. You have the key attached to the key door, obviously. But then, the way that's laid out, it looks like you open a key door and then you pick up another key, or maybe that's just a visual demonstration of something else we need to know in the subworld instead. Notice a spring over here, and yeah, let's see what happens when we go through the pipe. A couple of shellmets that are available all over the place, as well as some question blocks that look like bomb spots. Checkpoint is over here. You would have to make your way through the POW first, though, because if the POW drops into that location, that's obstructed. Now, it looks like using the shellmet, that gets you through the Muncher Gate. And it looks like the tracks do illustrate where the connection points for the doors are going to be. Let's scout ahead here. Let's check this door, first of all. Birdo. Got the manufacturer's trademark on it. So this is another scouting room. It's basically just showing you that you have the key that's to the left of this blaster. I'm trying to see where this is in relation to the other rooms. I think this is just basically showing you the top part of the screen, which is why you can see that the tracks connecting to this key door lead to the key door that is down a checkpoint. Yeah, so basically you have to enter that key door up above in order to spawn in this key door to spawn below the pipe that spawns the POW. And that's the only way that you're going to get to the donut block without the POW obstructing you. Which means that we should try to get into that key door, and it seems like you would have to load something onto the track and ride it. With something like a head bump on an object, maybe, or something else. Let's see what else we can determine in this zone here. That goes up. This looks like it should be hit from the side, but we don't have anything that can do that for us yet. It might also be something like a donut block drop to get you through, I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll need a Buzzy helmet for sure to go through here. And right now, I just have to see what the next thing we can interact with is going to be. Because I don't see that yet. Let's take a look at this once again. Right, that shows you how this trampoline closes off the gate to the key, and you would have to throw an object towards the key to pick it up. Yeah, because this up here, when you get within range of the pipe spawning, that's what spawns the spring that blocks the blaster, so you'd have to have maybe some other object dropped to it first. But we'll see about that. Let's go back to the first screen. See if there's anything new we can do. I mean, let's see. We haven't picked up mushrooms yet. If you pick up the mushrooms, you can't go through the vine on the left, obviously, because that would just get you to the checkpoint quickly. But, and of course, you have mushrooms that are spawning from multiple stacked pipes over here, to kind of enforce that you can't just pick up mushrooms and take damage and drop them, I think. You would have to have a P-switch, in fact. a P-switch would spawn you on a P-door, and if you run left right away, then maybe you'd be able to get out of there before mushrooms drop on your head. Or, actually, no, I know. When you see the arrow coming out of a pipe like that, that means, just like here, you can hit and block the pipe. That means that what you want to do is you want to have a P-switch, enter a P-door, come out that side, and then jump immediately to block the pipe from spawning mushrooms. And that seems to be the concept that is central to this level, if I can... well, as far as I can tell. Now, if you hit this, does anything happen? More POWs come out. Okay, so if you come out of that door, you'd probably want to block the POWs as well. Not that that gets you through... Well, yeah, because you block the POWs and then you come through here and then you'd grab a shellman on that side. That doesn't look right, though. I think you have to enter this door. And then come out this way. But if you enter that door, if you block the POWs, like this... Well, that's with a vine. But... if you manage to block this quickly enough, by spawning right on this location before the POW comes out, then you hit these. And, yeah, these of course will disappear again when you change rooms. But if you come out of here, somehow, hit this, before the POW comes down, then you come out here, grab the shellman, and continue. Now the way to do that would be if you are holding an object like a POW coming through here. Then you drop it again in this location. Then you re-enter this door. There's obviously no other way in because it's a one-way panel. So we need something like a POW that will drop here. The way to do that probably is to hit a POW and spawn another one. Like this. And then we go through this door. And then we do this. Then we're going to run into timer issues, obviously. And then that's a ding-dong. That gets you to Shelmet. Once you have to Shelmet, then you're able to go through the Muncher Gate on the other side. So that's progress. Once you go through the Muncher Gate on this side, notice this, that the arrow seems to indicate to you that you can block that pipe as well. Blocking that one and doing it quickly would allow you to block the Wiggler from spawning and therefore give you access to the P-switch. In order to do that, however, you would have to be able to enter through this door. I don't know how that's going to happen. Let's go up and see. Possibly... Well, we're going to hit timeout in just a moment here, so we won't know, but... if we have gotten this far, and we know that this is obstructed, we need to... we almost certainly need to spawn into that door, but then how do we do that? Or we drop into it from above before the Wiggler has a chance to spawn, perhaps. Because the one-way panel there seems to indicate to me that that door is not going to be something we enter. Possibly, taking the POW through to the other room will also get me something. Like, if you come through here with a cycle with a Shelmet, and then you go Shelmet plus POW, and then you use the POW to act as a blocking piece somewhere else. Like, for example, by killing the Wiggler that blocks the P-switch. With the P-switch, you come back out here, and then you enter this door. I think I know how to do it. Let's go Shelmet first. Because when you cycle through here again, you'll get another POW. We'll pick up that POW. Pick it up. And then we'll take it through with us. The POW is going to get rid of the Wiggler. after we block this first. After getting rid of of the wiggler, we're able to step on a P. And then we want to enter the door immediately, so we drop out right away and go back down to pipe. And then we head towards the mushroom area. On the left, by going like this. And then that gives you checkpoint 1. Good. Checkpoint mushroom apparently doesn't make a difference here. At least not yet. And then this area here we know about because this was the pipe blockage clue that we saw at the very beginning. And then here we'll continue somehow. Notice that you have fire coming all the way down here. Now the two-way arrows, I wonder if that means that the pipes can be entered. Nope. If it has an arrow pointing out, I guess that means it's blockable. If we manage to... Oops. Get rid of this. Well, let's see what kind of transition we can make around here. There was a key on the other side. That might be relevant in the other room. But we don't know how to interact with that just yet. So if you block that, I don't know what it gets you. But we'll need to do one of the resets here somewhere, so let's maybe try to... Well, we'll take a POW as well, in fact, because having a POW is pretty much always going to be useful. And we'll see what that gets me. And it is not Team 0% Dill Pickle, just so you know. I know a couple of people have been working on it. I am not one of those people because I, frankly, am not technically gifted enough. And it will not be a good use of my time or your time. So I'm glad that people who are working on Team 0% are doing it. For those who don't know, Team 0% is the ongoing effort to make sure that every remaining Mario Maker 1 level has a clear before the shutdown. And so there have been a couple of streamers like Riley C and Worst My King and some others who have been doing that. But yeah, no, what we're doing is I'm recording a lot of levels by makers that I came to know in Maker 2. And some makers that I really wanted to catch up on in Maker 1. And who I never played completely. So this is a level by Pink Birdo, actually a very well-known profile. And we've been going through all of the levels by Pink Birdo over the last few streams. And I've got a couple of makers lined up after that as well. Now, we have busted up the bombs over here. I wonder if... Let's see, I have to kind of get back to where we were. I think we have to take this through to the other room or reset this room. Let's try it this way. So we know how to bust through here. We haven't actually done anything up here yet. And I know that this is the thing that... Whoops. No, we don't want to do that, obviously. That's not the object we need. But we do need to block it with something. We need to block it with something similar. Like if we can grab a P-switch somewhere, that would be great. Because what we want to do is ensure that the blaster does not block the key. Because the next thing we go for should be the key. I'm pretty sure. We know with the POW how to get to the P-switch as well. So it's just a matter of figuring out where the next move is going to be. Yeah, let's drop out and see. So, Green Koopa, that's important. Notice how there's a Green Koopa who's currently here who is going to get dunked by the bombs if we go there too slowly. That is in fact what the big bombs do, is they kill the Green Koopa. The Green Koopa seems to be the thing we need to throw to the left in the other room to activate the block that obstructs the spring from spawning. So the question here is, how do we get rid of the bombs quickly enough when we come in through here? Because as you can see, Yeah, that's not quick enough, right? We would need something else, like an object, like a POW, for instance, where we maybe just drop it on top of the bomb rather than throwing it. I don't know if we'll do that quickly enough. That doesn't seem like the case. Also, you have to crouch to jump up towards this one in order to pick it up when you have the mushroom. Which is not the most intuitive thing, but let's go over here. So, either that or... Yeah, because let's just test this out for a moment. No, you can't test this out because we obstructed a bomb, but... What if we just ran into the bomb here, busted this stuff up, let the bomb explode, and then it would eliminate these blocks, and then we could jump over to one-way panel. What does that give me? If we can wrap over to the other side, then we'd be able to hit the question block that's on the top right. So maybe we should actually do the pipe blockage after there's a bomb that spawns, and then have the bomb blow up both of these. We basically have to run into it and intersect and then hit, like that. It's an idea. Let's drop the power for the moment, so we can do that. I don't know timing-wise if that's going to make sense. We don't want to cling on the vine yet because we don't want to move the camera until the last possible moment. So you do this, and then you're able to go over like this. And then you're able to enter this pipe. Both ways. We have 30 seconds left, so this will not be that useful for too long, but what we do here with the POW then is maybe obstruct the bombs from spawning. Oh no. Nope, hang on. But the POW could also potentially not be enough to get you over to the question block. 5 seconds remain. We'll time out. And yeah. But that's okay. If we spawn here, we're actually spawning quickly enough to hit the bombs and obstruct them. Then we grab the shell. Yeah. So we don't need that POW yet, I don't think. But we will get to a point where we do. So we're starting in this position. What we do is... we actually do want the mushroom in case we need to take the extra hit. Then we jump up there, and we do what we just illustrated with the bomb. Where we try to outrun, hit. Yeah, eventually we'll want to grab the spring, and the spring is what's going to get me over to the top right. Oh, that was not careful. So we'll just come over here to the left right away and hit blocks. I don't think we'll need the POW. Oh, whoops. That was within his hitbox when you just hit inaccurately like that. We have to hit that dead center in the middle, I think. Let's blow this up. This ice block will eventually be a spiny head spot. Just to expedite things once you have the spiny head and checkpoint, I think. Oh, whoops. This was a problem. Hang on. Almost. That's okay. We've opened this up. Yeah, in general, the mushrooms here are going to be extraneous, but being able to take an extra point of damage is, of course, going to be helpful. We have to, in fact. To get over to one-way panel. Then we come in here. We have a POW available, but what we're going to do is block the bomb spawn like this. Then we take the shell. Nope. I thought I was going to get the pickup there, but I guess not. That was strange. I guess maybe I needed to take an additional point of damage there before I did that. By maybe going back with the Shelmet after the fact. Well, in that case, let's go here first. Yeah, I was hoping to get a shell pickup by dropping onto it there, but doesn't seem so. Anyway, let's go back and let's try it again. Nope, missed. Hang on, let's do it again. This is how a lot of things tend to go around here. Actually, yeah, no, we should have dropped the shell mat, so we have a second shot at it. Yeah, let's take a point of damage here if we can. Maybe we can't. Well, with a slight bump on a muncher, I suppose. No, that's okay. We'll do it this way. We have a shell available here, since wearing the shell mat takes it off the board. Leaves it open for... Okay, that kind of works, except we need to take damage. We need to take damage from something. There is the flame that's going over there. We're not really high enough to see that, though. Okay, so I guess we need to do it more accurately. Let's do it again. Okay, so let's go up here. And then there we go. And then we'll sneak through there once we are able to. And can do it safely. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. We have an extra point of protection now. And yeah, we're not going to take the POW, we just need to go straight for the shell. There we go. Just dropped on it safely this time. Let's watch the shell refresh, just in case. Then we'll use the shell in the other room in order to have access to the key. It's going to work like this. Oh, whoops. Appealed there. That's okay, because we should have access, first of all, to this thing. And after that, that's going to allow me to use a POW to jump up top. Except we need to fire the shell up top now, which is okay. Gives me the key. Now we need a place to use the key. One key is going to give me the other key, apparently. The other room. Now, this POW is obstructing this location right now, and regardless, that's going to be the exit point. It's going to be spring plus POW. We need to go back into the other room and grab the spring. And Tactics 47, welcome. Notice that because we're blocking the pipe now, we're able to eventually get up to that bomb if we come up here and block. The problem currently is that we can't find a way to get the spring on the left side without also blocking that pipe. So we need to find a way to drop into that one quickly. We need to drop through the top center quickly. I don't know what's going to go there yet. Let's take a look at the other room. I don't know if it's going to be through here. It's not. So we need to find out which pipe gets me to the top center. Because it's going to be spring plus POW over here, and then you enter the key door. But we should probably have a protective helmet somewhere. Here, that gives you 2 POWs in this location. That's still not quite what we need. But we can also block off that POW from spawning. Why? Possibly because you can drop both of them here. Oh, whoops, that's not what I want to do. I actually needed the Wiggler to come down there first, and we dropped 2 POWs on top of it. And then maybe we can enter that side pipe. Like this. And like this. Yes, you can. And then that's not something we're supposed to enter. Oh, and then of course we have the whole pipe stacking trickery going on in Maker 1 where things are not one-to-one. Let's get a helmet before we continue. Just for safety. So the other key door that we know how to access is the one on the right here, but it just seems like it gets me the other key. And I don't know why it exists except perhaps to permit multiple keys on a board here. Unless there's this specific thing that we're trying to... You see, we're trying to go through this pipe in the center here. That's the whole idea. I suppose if you dropped something on top of here... Ah, yes. You drop a POW on top of here. And then if you get on top of it, then it would push you up without activating this, I think. You'd have to be pretty careful about that. And a way to do that is to do the whole bomb sequence once again. And carry a POW with you to this location and drop it here. And then you drop out of that immediately, and then you punch it, and then you trade up to a spring. We can, in fact, do it probably even with this POW. So let's reload this room. Then, once we're here, drop like this. And we try not to hit the tile that blocks the pipe, which seems like a tall order. Oh, no, that was right. We just didn't hold right at the correct moment. But that was actually correct. We just failed to enter the pipe. No, that looks correct. It's just that it's very easy to mess it up. We have to hold right as soon as we get on the POW. Nope. Nope, it doesn't work, actually. It sends you too high too quickly. Okay. It's not that, then what is it? It would have to be something that maybe pushes you through here. We don't see how to do that, unless there's a vine spawn somewhere else that lets you climb through. Anyway, we need this. So if it's not this, what is it? Maybe, no, instead of bouncing it, we create a too high stack over here with 2 POWs. And we can do that. We take 1 POW from the room to the right. This room, whoops, over here. We take it back, we grab the other POW from down below. We take a 2 POW stack, we go through that pipe. Okay, I get it. Let's do the sequence up to the key first. And at this point we know how to do it. Need this to blow up. And we need this to not dunk me on the head. Let's just let them blow each other up first. Whoops. There we go. We come through here. And then we take the green shell. Grab the key. Grab. Good. Instead of kicking it accidentally. Now let's watch out for this shell coming back to life. And we'll do the key interaction here. Blow this up over here. And then use POW plus shell to get to the key. POW plus shell gets you to this location. That gets you the key. Now we take this POW back with us to the other room. And we can just do it the short way. I think that's fine. We might as well block this, although... No, that's a problem. We don't want to block it like that, because we actually do need a spring on the right side once we claim it. So let's not do that. Let's reload through here. We'll have access to 2 POWs in this room. Let's break open that passage. Same way we did before. Okay, good. Now we grab this. We're gonna escort 2 POWs up. Oh, nope, that was accidental. Nope, I messed it up. That was not an intentional door entry. That's alright, let's grab a POW again. I mean, we've blown open the shortcut passageway at this point, so we don't need to do everything the absolute long way. In fact, it's easier if we go this way for it, I think. In terms of not running into too much trouble. Jump up here. Same interactions before to blow this up. We'll go helmet and second POW, and this time we'll be careful not to enter the door. Okay, 2 POWs. We'll escort them up without despawning them or anything silly like that. We shouldn't. I mean, this is 1 screen wide. We're not going to have too many range issues. We just need to not accidentally blow up the POWs as we are playing. Because what we're going to do is stack 1, and then stack 2, and then enter the pipe from the side without activating the blocks that would obstruct it. So, very carefully, we enter. We come back out, and that allows me to grab the spring as it's dropping. Hey, what? No? No? Really? No, you can't be serious. I thought this would basically allow you to enter, and then you come back... let's see, because maybe it's because the arrow is telling you that you can't do that. That the arrow is telling you it's one way. I was sure this was going to be it. Yeah, where you come out of the pipe and then you would pick up the spring as it's dropping. Okay, we need to rethink this then. We need to come out this pipe here then. And currently I don't know how we're going to do that. Because it doesn't seem like I can get up there. Without perhaps grabbing a bomb and holding it. Maybe we need to go to the other room and then... No, it's in this room that allows you to hit a bomb from down below as you're returning from that pipe. Because maybe we need to carry a bomb over here, but then you need a spring to get to the bomb in the first place, so that doesn't make sense logically. Anyway, let's see what's going on with that key door down there. This just gives you the other key. I don't see the point, apart from maybe there's some kind of debug requirement in this room to have 2 keys available due to some logical issue we can't foresee. No, it's probably because of the checkpoint. At the checkpoint you get 2 keys to mark your progress. That's what it is. Anyway, you know we can block the pipe at this point, and that having the helmet perhaps allows you to hit the bomb over to the left and open up that question block. The problem with that is that until we get a spring, we can't actually jump over to that location. Unless, of course, you have, like, POW, and then you kind of wrap your way up there, but I don't think that's going to be it. I think this is specifically going to be a spring location. You stack a POW, run, wrap around. Seems unlikely. We will, however, come back through here. And try to... Well, first of all, we'll block this. And we'll try to... Oh, no, it's actually 1 tile above the one-way panel because of the donut block, so you can't pop it from below. You do, in fact, have to pick it up from up top. How would you do that, though? by taking a spring, wrapping around here, or taking 2 POWs, wrapping around here, hitting this, and then jumping around. I think we've missed a step, and the thing is that we don't know where the top center pipe connects. And until we know where the top center pipe connects, we can't really do anything. It's got to be somewhere from the other room. So we'll go back there and we'll see. I suspect, in fact, that the top center pipe goes over to this one here, which is interesting because it doesn't seem like we can get there without something like the spring to push me through. Unless... Ah, no, I know what it is. I know what it is. This is pretty elegant, actually. And it's surprising. What you do is you move the POWs out of the way first. I know what it is. You jump down here, and you spawn that. Problem. We needed the POWs to kill the munchers. I did this incorrectly. Let's try this again. No, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know exactly how to do it. Let's get the POW, and then let's get a second POW, because this is Mario Maker 1 logic. Mario Maker 1 allows you to get a second object from the same pipe. We kill one muncher, we kill the second muncher. We come down here, we open this up. Because we've opened up the center gate, we're able to climb through here. The vine climb prevents you from running to any ceiling issues here. Then you grab... Oh, I missed it. I missed it. But that's how you do it. Is you grab this. Let's take the death because we have 50 seconds and we're not going to use them wisely. But I see the solution now. Okay. So from center, once again, we need to open up the gates, and we need to get to the green shell so we can get to the coin. Not the coin, the key. So it's going to be green shell. Which then allows you to do this. We should have just blown up the left rather than both of them to further obstruct the bombs from spawning. Oh well. We'll just inconvenience ourselves that way. In fact, that's pretty inconvenient. Let's... go back. But we just need to wrap around quickly. And then enter here to grab... Well, we don't need to grab anything. Here, we just need to go back and grab the green shell. Okay. Green shell. Helmet for safety, and then that's going to get you to... the first key. And also unlock the center passage. So yeah, spring is eventually going to get you over here as well. Once you get it. So it gets you over to the whole bomb segment. But it also gets you here. So we see two different uses for it that are candidates for the next move. Going for this key door gets you checkpoint 2 and it gets you to Spiny Head. So that's going to be important. We should probably prioritize that. So now that we have this key, the next thing that we'll do is we will reload through here to get the second POW in this location. Then we kill both munchers. Hello, Bonafide Pirate. After killing both munchers, we raise this vine. And then we climb. And then we try not to miss as the spring falls down. Just to grab it. Got it? Now we wrap around to the other room so we can plug in the key in order to get to checkpoint 1. We'll need a spring plus POW, and we can get that because the center passage to the POWs is now open. It's going to be here, assuming that it's just one POW. Yeah, that'll be right. That gives you checkpoint 2. Checkpoint 2 gives you this and a POW, and I guess this is indicating to me that this pipe is exit only, which means that we'll break open everything we can with the spiny helmet, like the ice blocks that are on the other side. At this point, this is when we can go for the bomb. And also, with the spiny hat, every time we block something open, or block something off rather, we can just reopen it again easily. So now we no longer have issues with blocking pipes. The spiny hat pretty much lets you punch through the rest of the level with no problems. Which means we can now go through to this side and do it safely. However, we need to block this location over here. Does the spring block that? Yes, it does. But we need a second object to block this, so the bomb remains alive. Once the bomb remains alive, then we can start wrapping around up top to pick up the bomb over here. Once we pick up the bomb, then we need to find a clear passage to take it back to the goal screen, which is going to be dropping through the center, I think. Basically, yeah, we had to hot potato the bomb all the way back to the entrance. The way we'll do it is that, first of all, we will not over here, and then we're going to grab another POW. No, that doesn't make sense. We have to find a way to grab the spring over in this location without one having spawned over here. I think we drop down with a spiny hat. We hit this immediately. Yeah, the problem is that the bomb is going to ignite too early at this point. Because this doesn't block, right? No, it does block. We need to block it for long enough that... Yeah, no, it does block, what I'm talking about. We need to block it for long enough that we come back and trade it off with a POW. So we block with a second object. And we can do that, it's just that we need the black bomb to be alive at the time. So we block it like this. And then, after we get a second object over here, then we're able to get up to the black bomb, and then once we have the bomb, we need to drop it into this location. Now, I think everything's off screen at this point and should remain alive, right? Like, rather, the bomb should remain alive up top. Should be well out of range. Yes, good. Everything's safe in this location right now. Let's just keep everything blocked off. And we're going to block the POW. We have to be very careful not to accidentally enter the pipe and lose progress. Now, once we have the bomb, we have a limited amount of time to take it back to the entrance. We can use the key doors and the pipes to basically reset our way through to certain locations gracefully, because that always keeps the timer going. So what we do at this point, this is what this door is for. We use the key door. That gets rid of all the other objects. Then we enter. Ooh, this is going to be risky. And then we enter. Drop. Drop. Run. And we are done. That was a little risky there. I didn't mean to lose the spiny hat the way I did on the fire, but it was clear that I was able to buy myself enough time to finish the sequence once I saw that the key door would be the most elegant way to unblock the pipe quickly without letting go of the bomb and having any room for additional mistakes with item handling. So, took a little while, but we got that. Yeah, very satisfying once we learned to read it. and very consistently indicated, such that when I made the mistake with reading how I was going to pick up the spring, it was clear in retrospect that that was a mistake. So anyway, let's continue. Boundary issues. So we're still deep in 2016 at this point. Lots to go. Okay, so there's a bit of an initial scroll. I didn't have enough time to see what scrolled in from the beginning. Let's see if this door tells me. And it resets from the start. It does not. But it shows me the top of the puzzle. It shows me where this key door is located, and that it seems like there is in the top right a bomb that spawns at key door. Which tells me that you have to enter the key door, you have to jump on the bomb, you grab the bomb, you go back through the key door, and then we'll see where it connects. So yeah, basically this starts with a bit of an auto-scroll that pushes over. I wonder what happens if you let the ice blocks push you like this. Does it push you to the left, off the boundary? It does. And then, it gives me a sound effect, tells me that maybe there's a door we can enter. Is there? Or can I jump? I can jump. So yeah, I don't know what was in front because we didn't see it spawn in, but this is actually step 1. Now, if that is step 1, then what do we do with the spring? Let's take a look. Yeah, you can see with the other ice blocks floating on the left side that they will also give you some push mechanics. Oh, it's a screen wrap. That's what it is. It is a screen wrap effect. If you look at the right side and the left side, it's a screen wrap effect that has an overlap of several tiles. And so the right side shows you what is off screen on the left side. Yes, I get it. So given that, we now know that we have a way to place the spring once we are pushed onto the left. Yeah, because this is what's going to happen. We're going to get pushed. And we jump one step onto a cloud. We're already on a cloud, in fact. We lower the spring. We jump on the spring. We come up here. Open up. Okay. Yeah, it's a screen wrap puzzle. That's all it is. Now we know that if we have something to stand on here, or even if we get pushed like this, then we can enter this door in this location. So basically, whenever you see me go off the left side of the screen, watch the right side of the screen to see what I'm visualizing, because that tells you what to do in the level. Now, the helmet right now tells you where the location of the shell is going to be, and it's going to be matched by some kind of off-screen track over here, which means we can wear the helmet. Now, do we want to wear the helmets? Yes, we do, because... Or do we want to pick up the shell to throw something? There isn't a really good place to pick up the shell. It's purely something wearable, I think. So we're going to drop somewhere. Yeah, we basically should aim for the P-switch and a checkpoint at this point. No, what we want to do is, having the helmet, we can now bust through the center. Oh, whoops. Didn't think about that crush there. Okay, we understand this. We just needed to see enough of it to understand the central concept, but there's enough information to learn how to read this. And oh, and you can see that the key placement is also extremely visible at this point too, that we can... Oh, we need to be pushed back to the left here. So eventually we'll have to figure out how to get over to that key as well. And then you have this huge coin column that's going to lead down to the goal screen. Set down a spring, jump, come down here. And let's not stand within 2 tiles of the bomb. We'll continue this way by jumping as this does to push. And then we'll enter the door, and then we'll trade up to the shell. There we go. And notice that there was a bomb accessible here too that we should have gone for. Yeah, because the problem is that if you enter this door, you need to re-enter it quickly and go for the bomb quickly in order to start blowing things up. I think you need the P-switch to stop the conveyor to get the bomb elegantly, I think. You eventually do need a bomb in this location over here to blow up the hard block. It's the only way through the hard block that I can see. And then we'll drop through. So the bomb pickup is going to be relevant at some point, but let's grab the helmet first and worry about that later. The helmet allows you to bust through these blocks. Let's be careful this time not to die to the squish. Whoops. And then this push should get you through the center, which then allows you to grab a POW. Also gets me checkpoint. Now, what does that do for me? Let's get checkpoint first and worry about it a second. Yeah, we need to get another hit here so we can grab the shell. Notice that this shell... Actually, let's get the POW out of the way first. Notice that this shell is usable as a shell throw, which is important here because I think the only way to get the key is to throw a spring to the left, followed by a shell to the left. And we'll have to be pretty careful about that. So I think we need to carry the shell down to the middle, and then throw it. Which means let's just get the POW out of the way first, so we don't accidentally kill it. So let's be careful not to crouch in where the shell. And then we're going to... we can wrap around here to, basically hold it carefully as much as we want. Let's just drop the shell for a moment. Grab this. And we're going to toss to the left once we're no longer on this row. So we get squished down here, and then we get squished again and throw the shell. So I'm on the left side now. You throw. You come back. Do the same thing with the shell. Oh, no. Oh, I didn't realize this was obstructed. That's a shame. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that. I thought I could still pick up the shell because I didn't see that we're on top of the semi-solid. Perhaps that's hidden. But you see what I'm getting at, is that spring plus shell on the bottom left should get you the key. So let's find a door reset. Perhaps grabbing the POW will ease something up here. We don't know what the POW is used for yet, but that will come. Right now, what we want to do is... Well, the POW can be a stepping stone as well, so... But we also don't want the POW to be in our way. Let me just drop it here for a moment. And so we can go up here. It seems like it's the only P-switch that's available to me. But eventually we can maybe use a spring to push things up so that we can grab the P-switch and take it elsewhere where it will be more useful. Okay, let's do it this way this time. And we'll wrap around... Oh, we could have just gone through the donut block. That's okay. Just need to wrap around a few times then. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, let's just wrap around a donut block. That's easier. Down through the donut. And forward through here. Then we get pushed. We throw. Jump. Come back through here, grab the shell, which is what I was trying to do last time. Let's not accidentally wear it. And then, this will give me the key. That's the key. Now that we have the key, we have to figure out how to get back up top. Whoops. Through one of the doors, I think. Ah, yes, I see what's going on. Is that we're here, we have to step over something in order to go across that passage. Like maybe spring plus POW. I'm not sure. I think we have to reset through a door somewhere. Okay, let's say we reset through here. We still don't know what the POW's for yet. But I think if you spawn at the key door, then that's the easiest way to access the bomb, because then you don't have to deal with all the donut blocks that obstruct you from the other side. So you spawn on key door, basically. You double back through it, and then you get a bomb from there. So the question right now is, how do we get over to the key door in a way where I'll get pushed? Probably using the POW on top of the donut blocks that are on the left side, which means we should go back to the door that connects to that location, which is going to be this door here. A little bit tense to do this without the helmet for extra protection, but yeah, we don't care about the bomb right now. What we want to do is load the POW such that it pushes us over here, then we enter key door. Now at this point, whoa, look at that, the bomb just careens towards me. Oh, yeah, I needed to jump on top of the bomb and then send it over to the block. That was a little tricky on short notice. We knew the bomb was coming, but maybe we do that with the P switch active so that we don't have such a sensitive timing check. Oh, we should have grabbed this while we had a chance. Anyway, we have to redo a bunch of this anyway, so let's just open this and... Oh, didn't realize that this was doing the same thing it did to me earlier. That's okay. How did I get through that in the first place, then? If this was blocked like that. Well, let's think about that. Let's go over here. We have opened up access to POW at this stage. We do need to do the whole setup with the key once again, which requires me to remove this obstruction. Now, I'm not sure, having spawned from checkpoint, how I'm going to do that. But let's spawn through this door, and then we'll see. Yeah, no, here's the problem. We just need to respawn through something here. Oops. Maybe re-enter that door. Drop down below. So we enter this door. And I think this just gets you straight back down. Yeah, okay, that's how you reset. Down to the bottom. So how was it that I opened up the question block in the first place if that one-way panel was in the way? Anyway, we need access to the shell. How did I do this? Let's... Oh, I see. No, it's probably because when I was falling off the screen boundary. Yeah, no, the one-way panel... Yeah, it's the Maker 1 one-way panel collision logic. Which is, if you drop into the one-way panel, in this case left to right, in the direction it's pointing, it lets you through. If you drop in right to left, if you attempt to jump on it from the other side, it does not let you through. So, yeah. That was just a slight nuance there. We need to get back to the spring here, and then we can set up for the key. Oh, whoops, let's get pushed again. A little bit more patiently. pushed again and throw it to the left. Okay. At this point, we get the shell. And then when we do that, I still don't know how the P-switch is going to fit into this. Probably as a way to stop the bomb in that conveyor, but let's get the key first and we'll decide. Because the way I'm looking at this... Oh, whoops. Whoops. Okay, let's grab this first. It'll save us the interaction later. Yeah, if you fall into the right, that allows you to go straight. That's what it is. You have to stand on the left side and fall into the one-way panel. It's something that's a Maker 1 mechanic, which is... I didn't really remember it. At least not very precisely. Come back and grab. Come back and throw. Yeah, that's correct. And then we do the same with the shell. It can't be the P-switch before... Like, it can't be stopping the conveyor belt with the P-switch to ease up on the bomb on the top, because you need the conveyor to be active in order for the POW to push you into the key door in the first place. So I don't see what the P-switch is doing currently. Oh, we don't have a helmet to punch through this. That's okay, we'll grab one. Oh. We might not even need it. In fact, let's just continue this way. Because I don't think we necessarily need that central passage anymore. Although, as a bit of safety against a bomb, maybe we did. So what we'll do is we'll drop the POW, punch myself through, and then we have to jump immediately because the bomb's going to come towards me and try to kill me. There we go. And then we jump out immediately, tossed. That should be clear. I never activated the P-switch except at the checkpoint, so I wonder what that was doing. If there's some kind of cheese check. No, the P-switch is just there to block the passage going up to the checkpoint, I think. But then why would you want it? Why not just a ground tile? Because I suppose after you hit the P-switch, then you can loop around easily, so it kind of enforces that once you hit the checkpoint, you have an easy way to get back up to the shell and the POW if you wanted. I think that's the only thing it's doing. The P-switch doesn't seem to affect anything else. Anyway, really interesting screen wrap level. Once we understood the layout, it came together quite nicely. Okay, next. Thwompy's Delivery Service. For those of you who know you're Miyazaki. Let's take a look. Here's another one with the Birdo trademark on it. Okay, so looks like once we have a POW clear the munchers that are on top there, then the thwomps are going to come down and spawn the vines for me to climb. And that would get me up to checkpoint. So the first thing we're trying to do is a POW activation, which I think just means we get over here. The thwomp is going to come down through the one-way panel though, so we can't do that. What we need to do is obstruct the thwomp. Possibly by having it bounce back against a P-switch. Like, oh, is that gonna work? Nope, it's gonna miss. Not. I was hoping that if the thwomp hits it, the P-switch, it will bounce back up since it's not through the one-way panel yet at the time. We don't know yet. We haven't checked the doors and the pipes, so it could be something quite different. Here's the problem, is that No, it's not a problem, because the thwomp is here, you unlock the gate with a POW, this will also kill the munchers, this will also give you the thwomps on the top left. This will give me vines, we hit checkpoint. Checkpoint comes really quickly here, actually, and then that gives you key number 1. We haven't even looked at the layout yet, we haven't gone through the pipe or anything like that, so we don't quite know what else is going to go on here, but it looks like eventually we will need a bomb to come down over here. Possibly you need to make contact with a POW while the thwomp is touching. That will drop the bomb accordingly. That's how you get through any of the gates, actually. But in order to grab the POW, you need to go through everything else. So I feel like there's going to be something else going on here. Anyway, so we have easy access back and forth now without having to go through the whole interaction. Which means that we should check door into subworld. That's just with a POW, so we need to save a POW going up to this location. This shows you the top part, which shows you how to get a shelmet to potentially push through POWs from, or thwomps from below. That's the top half of the subworld area. And we see another checkpoint in the bottom right. So the trick is to get into here while carrying a POW. Let's check the door. This door will probably show us the top half over here. And that just shows me how the bomb is going to go. Not sure what's going on with the conveyor and down arrow on that side. But I suppose if we drop the thwomp on top of the cannon, maybe that will give me some kind of interaction. Not clear to me right now. A P-switch would stop the conveyor. Ah, okay, no, something came off the conveyor. It's a spring. What you do then is you use a P-switch to stop it. You hit the P-switch, you enter this door. You run over and then catch the spring as it's coming down. But a thwomp is going to come down in that location though, which makes me wonder. Let's hit. Because what if the thwomp comes down here, then it gets stuck, and then you don't get access to this. That implies to me that you need a P-switch to be pressed, and you need to be holding a POW in order to cut through the thwomp. No, it doesn't. What it implies to me... Well, P-switch is going to... once it expires, it's going to go at full speed, and then... the spring is still going to come off too far, right? Or once it resumes, does it drop off gently and drop off below the thwomp, which allows me to catch it? I'm not sure. We have to check it. Because once it resumes at full speed, I think... Whoops. Yeah, let's press it, and let's see what it looks like at resumption. Because without some kind of additional object to stop this, I think the spring is just going to sail way too far. Unless we block it with the thwomp at the exact time that we need, but then the thwomp is going to come down too quickly. Which tells me that we need to do something with the cannons on the right to perhaps give the thwomp more room to move. Or... perhaps lower this thwomp first and then do the whole series of interactions with the P and the POW. No. Yeah, what if you have a P-switch active, then you come into this room, then you grab a second P. And then the second P, once it's activated, will prolong the P timing. I have a particular sequence of events I want to do here, but we'll have to execute it very cleanly. We hit the P, we go through the door. We come down, we grab the second P. we activate it before it expires by using it to block the thwomp again as we did the first time. Then no, one thing we need to do is we do need to lower the thwomp on the right side first. Timing is going to be tricky here. Because basically... no, actually. No. We might be able to get within range of that thwomp. From the bottom, no? Let me just check one thing here. Thwomp range. How many columns are we talking about? Not close enough. Let's... Okay, let's check thwomp range. It's within these two tiles, right? So if you're in the bottom right area, you won't be able to activate it. But I feel like it needs to be activated in order for... Yeah, this could be tight. This could be pretty tight, actually. Because you basically have to hit... activate the thwomp and then go back down to the left. And then activate the other P. No, no way. Yes way, because once you... Yeah, no, it's going to rest on top of the thwomp. Now you kill it. So, yeah, it's not time sensitive. You can, in fact, repeat it. It's just that we got too close to this one. We have it, we have it. Okay, so here's how you're going to do it. You hit the P. You go through here, you drop the thwomp. Spring drops on top of the thwomp and stops. Then you do the first interaction that allows you to kill the grounded thwomps using POW. That's going to be too far, I think. Okay. Kill. Survive. And then we are through, and then you stay on this room. And you grab over here. Okay, so now we have the ability to get to quite a few other places. Actually, no, we need to trade this to the POW here by bouncing this such that the thwomp is obstructed. That's not right, because then we'd have to spend a POW anyway. We'd have to spend a POW anyway to get out of here, so that's not going to be correct. Because if the thwomp is coming down towards a spring, we're not within range to grab the POW on a third tile. I don't think. Let's see what else we can use it for. Let's take a look here. It looks like it has to be POW coming through this door. But if you're coming in with this... we need to find a way to kill the thwomp in the bottom right while retaining the ability to grab the POW. I don't know if that makes sense at all. Well, suppose we bounce it. The POW might be low enough to grab, actually. Yeah, it is low enough to grab. Okay, no, that is the solution then. Good thing we didn't give up on that one too soon. It just looked tight, because I was counting 3 columns and thinking, no, there's no way we get enough height, but the thwomp compresses the spring by just enough that we can, in fact, grab this and continue. That should get me to checkpoint 2. And there will be a mushroom check immediately, obviously. Okay, now that we are here, we can drop through here with different objects, and not just a muncher. So we can drop here with any object we like. We know how to get the P, spring, and POW into this room at this point. Know how to wrap around here. It looks like we would need 2 objects over here. No, we can't carry anything over here unless we ride the thwomp. However, we can ride the thwomp. If we place something on top of it, which would have to be either spring plus or POW. We would need both, in fact. We get a POW into this room. or a spring in this. No, it has to be a POW. We entered this door by dropping a POW on top of the thwomp, and then holding a spring and riding on top of it from there. In order to do that, we're going to grab a POW in this room. Oh, wait. By doing the same kind of spring interaction that we had before, only this time we use this one. Come on, let's be careful here. Alright, now we drop this. And then same interaction as before, we know it works at this point. Okay. And then we're going to do a thwomp ride on the left side once we grab all of the relevant objects. And then that will get you through the key door that is on the top left. Whoops. Okay, no, that's fine. It's still rideable. No, it's not anymore because we lifted it up. Whoops. That's okay. We'll do it this way. Just try not to hit the POW. Good. That could have gone wrong in so many ways. But it didn't. So, I don't mind. And yeah, clouds will overlap safely. And then we do POW plus spring. That gets me through the door. Now we open up this gate and we have a helmet. Helmet is going to be a significant power boost. It's going to give me the ability to just punch through thwomps. Or rather, support myself with thwomps as needed. I wonder about this one with the wings. That if you punch it, at what point does the blaster give you something useful? Well, we can come down here and try to go for the spiny shell, which would require POW to drop that thwomp. Then we can trade over to a spiny shell. A spiny shell is going to allow me to punch through some blocks, which will be important because it will open up the central column in the other room. So the way I will do it is I will go back over here, and then now we have the ability, if we can outrun, to just go under like this. Oh, whoops, my mistake. We needed to support that from under. We should do it with the spring method, just for safety. We'll likely time out and respawn at checkpoint 2, but checkpoint 2 is really far along, so that will be fine. So, I mean, we could have run over safely, but, you know, we'll try not to mess around too much. Okay, now, get back over here. We whack that other thwomp with the POW after we open this gate. No, because it kills the spiny. It has to be... yeah. It kills the spiny. I totally... oh, no, because we threw it directly in, right? Or... well, the spiny's restricted... no, we need a P-switch. We need to hit a P-switch on the way in here. So the spiny shell is still on top of the conveyor belt. But if it's still on top of the conveyor belt, it's also still going to die to the POW. So we need a way for the spiny hat to not die to the POW. So for example, if it's coming down off the belt or something. So we could have the P-switch expire as the spiny shell is in midair coming off the belt. Then we smack the thwomp. We're going to run into timeout here. But I think I know how to do it. It is timing sensitive, but we can do it. But we would need to hit the P-switch on our way into this room, I think. And then we'll see how that goes. Let's be careful not to reactivate checkpoint 1, obviously. So we're going to trade spring to POW over on the other side. Yeah, we'll unlock this now just to get it out of the way. And we're going to trade up to the Buzzy Helmet after this interaction. This time we'll try to be a little more elegant about actually doing the Thwomp Ride on the other side. Because last time that was, well, not very well played over here. So let's grab this. We basically need to grab both objects. And, like, the Thwomp comes down, then we have to grab the spring and jump on top. Unless we want to do it the hard way again. We can always send the spring up first, actually. I think it's a better idea to do that, because then we don't have to handle it. And we can just jump on top of the POW. And then we don't risk destroying the POW up top. And it's loaded into a much better location. That's a much better order. Okay, at this point, whoops, we go for a spring. Is that going to fire? There we go. Yeah, it's going to be P-switch coming into this room while holding the POW. Then we punch through here. Then we lower the Thwomp. We destroy the Thwomp while the shell is in midair coming down. There will be a somewhat precise moment to do it. But we'll do it. Let's grab the P-switch just to have it available, so we don't forget. Okay. We press the P-switch, then we go into the other room immediately. We weave down with a POW, we push the central column up, and we get ready for a timed kill on the Thwomp on the left side after having lowered it. Okay, once the shell is in midair coming down. There we go. Now we want to take damage so we can wear the spiny shell. Now that we have the spiny shell, I think we're done with this room, and we start breaking blocks and killing Thwomps on the other side. Because we can freely take out the Thwomps now. And just get everything we need. Moreover, it'll be punching the central column so we can grab a bomb and drop a bomb in the central location, so... Oh, whoops, accidentally killed it. That's okay, we'll try not to. Nope, we'll try not to do that. But that's okay, the blocks are down now, so we can just... Nope. Yeah, the thing is that as the Thwomp is coming down, we're gonna grab the bomb first once the Thwomp comes down. That would be a sensible thing to do, perhaps. Yeah, because now the Thwomp is going to walk like that, and then it just punches through, and then, okay, now we kill it gratuitously, and then grab the goal, and we're done. Alright, steady progress. Could be worse. And thank you for the GG document. Okay, after having gone through this puzzle sequence, next is going to be not Scooch Your Forehead, because we previously recorded it when I did the complete run of 1, 2, and 3 YMM 2 years ago. So I'm just replaying the things that I don't already have on video. But now I have a better context for Scooch Your Forehead, having played all the previous Scooch and Forehead levels that led up to its design. We are going to go on to Temporal Suspension. let's see what this is going to be. I see hourglasses, I see clocks. Amazing that all that was within the first year of the game, that, you know, the puzzle format just developed so rapidly. Anyway, one-way panel over there. I feel like if we run towards it, something is going to happen. That there's going to be some kind of event trigger, perhaps? I mean, it's not going to be because there's no scroll break, but, you know, once we're past that point... Let's check this pipe, though. Let's just see what this is. Okay, this shows you the central concept, which is that time freezes in this zone. So this looks like a larger side-scrolling elaboration of the time stopper scrolling puzzle that we played previously, except over a larger layout. So at this point, now that we understand the concept, let's see. I think we're not able to pass this gate yet, so we have to pass through in the other room. Yeah, Bonafide Pirates, they have really ramped up in complexity in some ways, especially the one that I ended yesterday's stream with, which was mostly an execution problem. Puzzle was not hard, but the things that stumped me the most where the solution was just do it quickly. Okay, so we've resumed time here, and then things move. This kind of feels like a Atlantis level in some ways, where you have the swapping between the two connected worlds that give you clues to each other, but where it's a little more straightforward mechanically. But you really get to appreciate the flavor of what's going on. Yeah, Bonafide Pirate, the thing about playing all these levels in sequence is that you can really see how certain ideas and mechanics were worked on repeatedly. Like some of the checkpoint tech and like some of the scrolling illusions that you can do in Maker 1 even before a scroll stop was a thing. This is time stop once again. I actually don't know what for. Only 2 coins available, but I'm sure that the other one is in the equivalent screen. Notice how... well, this is SMM1, so of course we can't pick this up. But I wonder where the PAL will be located and how we can activate it if it is going to be moving on the other side. Whether it's on a track or what. Oh, it's a conveyor. Okay, so it's a conveyor, which then also allows you to step on it for the key door. But only if we reload back into it. Nothing over here, it was just a buncher. So yeah, now we stand on the PAL to enter the key door. Anyway, mushroom check. And checkpoint. Still have some movement in this room, but we would basically have to platform and jump, I think. But maybe if you go to the static room, the platforms stay in place. I think this is a semi-solid illusion where the platforms will stay in place. Just watch. Yeah, hiding conveyors under stacked pipes, exactly. As I was saying yesterday, when somebody asked, I am sworn to secrecy when it comes to what happened to Pink Birdo in Maker 2, and it's kind of too bad for the sake of the commentary that I am, because this reminds me of a specific Maker 2 level, like this semi-solid illusion. And I wish I could sort of explicitly acknowledge more of those connections, but here we're going to jump on top of moving platforms and fall down to the key door. Alright, now through the hourglass. And that is going to be checkpoint. I love this effect, by the way, of using the donut blocks as the sands of the hourglass that steadily trickle down as you hit a checkpoint. Very, very interesting. And of course, here, you're at the bottom of the hourglass. Now, that, of course, makes me wonder what happens when you come through here and make time resume. This is what happens with the thwomp effect. And notice the offsets here just working so well here, too, in terms of making a more naturalistic grid than what you would get in Maker 2. Birdo loves aesthetic effects like that. Exactly. Very, very cool. And, of course, now we have the amiibo costume where I've turned into a spring. Because that's just what happens when time passes. And using the spring, we're just going to jump up here. Oh, I know what's going to happen. I bet I know what's going to happen. I think you're going to get to the end of this zone, you're going to switch between pipes, and then you will have a spring that is in a static location, as if you moved it there. I bet that's going to be it. Love the sound effect here too, by the way. Hey, by the way, this is a bit of an immersion breaker over here that you... Oh no, it's not. We're in the movement room. Never mind, let's not criticize before we've looked at things properly. Conveyor over here as well. Well, we're still going to be in spring form for the time being. Or maybe the spring is meant to be an hourglass. Now, this is interesting. I wonder if there's a way to get to the top of the flag. Yeah, I like my idea too. The thing is, with the level that we spent way too long on at the end of yesterday's stream, which we cleared at the very beginning of today's, it was times slower, which really slowed down time on this stream, I can tell you that. I actually found a soft lock on it because I thought, oh, this must be some spectacular solution that allows you to, you know, break the fourth wall and interact with the background and the pixel art. It wasn't, it was just a soft lock. But it's the only one we found. So, occasionally the aesthetic quality of these levels set my expectations very high. But that was neat. It's a kind of more accessible and beginner-friendly look at some of the time-swapping concepts that we've seen in the puzzle levels. But, you know, this one is much more of an aesthetic experience, and the hourglass effects were spectacular, so. Lycanthropy. Let's wolf this one down. As soon as we see this happy sun that is not at all angry over here. Okay, so we're going to start inside a house. We're going to do a little head check here. It's obviously not a soft lock, but I just wanted to check. We will, of course, go for a full coin collection if we can. Yeah, this is the bedroom. Come out of the house. And you can see Koopa is on top of the rooftop, just like it was in the interior view. This over here. No way to get down there that I can see. Just checking the collisions here. That wasn't going to be anything, but... Oh, clouds. Probably lots of optional content that we have missed. Look at the helmet over there on the left side. Whoop. I feel like we can make that at a stretch. Like if we jump off the middle section and have a little bit of extra distance, so it's about a block off. And yeah, oh no, guess not. Really? That looks so promising. Maybe we go off the top? No. Maybe we need a winged boot or something. We're going to foolishly try that a few times though, but that's okay. But then I feel like maybe some of the optional coins or something might require that, so... Which is why we're messing around. Werewolf with a smiley sun, exactly. That is not suspicious at all. Yeah, so at some point we'll get something like a fire flower, perhaps, that will get us through here. Oops, let's not do that. Let's just go forward and maybe power-ups will present themselves. But we know where one additional coin location is that we've missed already. Possibly you need a damage boost into it. You just don't know. This is going to be a big shell that punches through that. Key door over here. Maybe it's one big coin hunt in this section. Or we'll probably need to go to the other side first. Anyway, here's the fire flower that allows you to go through to the other side. We'll have to find a shell to punch through this one here. Fuzzy shell. That's okay. We'll kick. And... oh! It's not. Maybe we needed to bomb this open with something, or... send it this way. No, send it this way. Yeah, it's just a kick speed instead of that deflection. Here in the graveyard. It'll be another one over on this side too. That's okay, we'll send it over. Okay. We'll eventually go through that pipe we saw earlier. Just trying to see what else we can do first. That buzzy helmet in the top left does really have me thinking, though. Let's go back over here. We might as well check this door to see what's inside the hut. Checkpoint that has a crush on it, but which would be a split checkpoint where you die and then you enter the pipe to the right. So that's going to be how you die and enter the subworld. So this is an idea that we've seen lots and lots of in this level portfolio thus far. It's all over the place, the split checkpoint. This kind of level after level of it that we saw. We'll let the Koopa bounce first, if it will come down, and then we'll send it over here for this coin. Okay, it seems to punch clearer to the other side. You didn't realize that the tiles block you from jumping over the screen. Change from Maker 1 to Maker 2. Yeah. Yeah, probably because, you know, the scroll mechanics were changed to Maker 2 as well. Now let's see. There are a lot of changes that surprised me, and a lot of things that I misread as changes. So yesterday, for example, I forgot that Maker 2 also allows you to just use Yoshi to pick up a winged POW and make another winged POW by spitting it out. I looked at it and I was thinking, was this really in Maker 2? And then, yeah, it is, but I had a couple of moments like that where I was needlessly confusing myself. We should hit checkpoint, but that means that we're going to be past a point of no return for a lot of the coins in this section, so we might have to assume that we're only entitled 5 coins at checkpoint. We'll try to make it over. These are all the ones that I've seen so far. A 5 and 5 split would make sense to me, but there's a pipe that we didn't check. So we'll enter the house in a moment. I do want to check what this is first. Nope, nothing. Okay, so it is going to be checkpoint death over here. We never got the helmet, but the helmet wasn't useful for anything if we have to have a forced death over here. Okay, so... yeah, so the reason that you can't do this in Maker 2 is because the checkpoint flags have far more constraints when it comes to what they can overlap. Whereas Maker 1, you just put them over something like a ground tile or a block, and you respawn at the bottom of the flag and you pop out the bottom. with a hard boundary, and so that's how a lot of the forced death levels have worked. Anyway, look at that. Hey, it's Midna. Anyway. Midna and the moon. Now, the cloud could expire at any time here, so let's be careful. I haven't really gotten to play with the Midna amiibo form before. I don't have the complete costume collection on my account, so not even close to it. In fact, I don't think I'll really wind up with that in the end, so it's just a matter of which levels we see to see all the costumes in action. I wonder if there is going to be a safety coin. Safety coins were late enough development that we have seen a couple of levels that did not use them. Yeah, Bonafide Pirate, there are tons of costumes that catch me off guard in terms of when they became available. But there was, remember, a Twilight Princess amiibo that did have Midna, so it's not surprising, given that amiibo support was much more versatile cross-game than it is now. Anyway, let's head over here. Whoa. Now, we have one more coin to go somewhere before we enter the key door. That's assuming that we don't have to get out of this zone first with a standard key. Oh, oh, okay. Lost a wolf. So much for that. Wonder if that will preclude me from getting... Oh, no, this is the last coin. This is a very perilous looking zone, so once we grab it, we'll go through the key door. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a thrill here when we have no costume. I don't want to take key death here, where we grab it and then reset with 0 coins, because this... Yeah, like I said, key death prevention was much less of a thing back in 2016. This is totally out of alignment. I'm not going to be able to... Whoops. Get it. That was unintentional, but better than having to reset a whole level from key death. Yeah, we've seen multiple levels at this point from here in 2016 with no key death prevention. Because there wasn't kind of a conventionalized solution to it yet at that point. But we can just grab more of the mystery mushrooms from the center, in case we do need to take damage there. There is a very clear location to do so. Oh, we needed the cloud to grab the last remaining one in the upper part of the level. So let's go back to get that cloud if we can. Where was the cloud? Do we have to go through the door to see it? Yeah, no, here it is. We want to grab the cloud on spawn as quickly as possible. Pipe stacking allows the mystery mushrooms and the cloud to come out of there together. Whoops. Oh, speaking of which, let's grab the mystery mushroom. There we go. And then... This is a really interesting little mole effect here, with the moles crawling up to the munchers to make it look as though something is being unburied from the ground over here. That's kind of neat. Notice too that the pink coin locations in the overworld are matched with the regular coin locations here in the Twilight world, I guess. Hey, look, we got that safely. Let's hit the key door. Anyway, through we go. And this is the fake flag. But then, potentially, there's some kind of one-way piping that will lead us to the real flag, maybe. Out this exit. And there we go. That's the thing. So yeah, actually, you are required to collect all coins here, which I guess if you missed a coin on the first run, maybe there's a way that in the second zone you kind of... As you see, there was a split checkpoint the other way as well. Well, I mean, I can't show you now because this is a one-way pipe. But there was a split checkpoint on the other side as well. Which means, I think, that if you went through the door in the central area, it works the same way, where you save at checkpoint and then you flip around to the other side. So key death actually is not a problem here, because you can always flip between checkpoints back to the other zone. And as you can see, that you do have a requirement for 100% collection to get up to this point. And that the key door down there, I think, is just for aesthetic matching. It's not actually accessible. So yeah, I see how this is structured, even though we didn't flip back from the subworld to the main world with a forced death. That would only be the case if you had either A, taken key death, or B, missed coins on the first run. So yeah, I mean, obviously the key death would still have been inconvenient because we would have had to replay the first 5 coins, but you can definitely get out of this level just fine with the requirement for 100% collection. Okay, let's keep going. Edge of Thorns. Well, this guy looks like he's been sharpening his teeth. And it's a music level, at least this part is. We're a little behind pace, but we'll enter. I like how it's a nice wide target. Thanks again to pipe stacking. It's telling me to jump to switch between clouds. Wait, but then what gets you through to munch? Oh, you need to hit the POW, yeah, okay. Jump and hit the POW, specifically. And then we're a little slow. We need to jump gracefully from cloud to cloud while we hit that. Oh, oops, bumped my head. That's gonna be death. The seasick effect on the airship theme is doing wonders here for my aim as well. Oops, nope, that was... Okay, that was accidental because I had my finger on the shoulder button on my gamepad and accidentally squeezed it for a spin jump exit. Oh, we should have changed clouds, yeah. I did see that, we just read that slowly because I could definitely feel the squeeze from the auto-scroll boundary here. Anyway, that's a lot more accurate. That's not accurate because I missed a cloud, but that's okay, there's some leeway here. Even if you keep a cloud, the clouds are frequent enough that even if you land back in the same cloud, you don't need to ride it all the way to expiry, so it's not really an issue. We died at a point where clearly the idea was to jump down to the next cloud, so we'll just try to drive a little more accurately. This is the first interactive music auto-scroller that we've played on this account. It's kind of interesting to see that form develop as well, because that's something that really kind of made a splash in Mario Maker 1, I think, once people developed a good method for doing platforming and music at the same time. Because, of course, in the first days of Maker 1, pretty much everything on the top charts and such were music auto-scrollers. It's very difficult to remember what that was like now, but, you know, certainly that was what browsing top charts in Make 1 looked like back in 2015. Was everything was auto or music, and occasionally Mario Kart with the Mario Kart amiibo costume. And I think a lot of how Endless turned out in Maker 2 and how the community dynamics in the early days of Maker 2 unfolded the way they did was kind of as a counter-reaction to that, you know, people looked at 2015 and thought, oh no, we've got to seed Endless on day one with things that are more standard platforming or things that we consider to be quality levels, and so it's not just all auto spam. And then we ended up with refreshing special all over the place anyway, so look how that worked out. Or so I'm told, because I never play off the top list, so I never really noticed the refreshing special spam until I started seeing all the parody levels that were making fun of it. But anyway, like I was saying, this was just sort of prompted by thinking about how people sort of thought about developing the music tech that was in Maker 1, which in its own right felt like such a throwback to Mario Paint, and turning it into a platforming experience, as you can see here, where you have this very complete use of space while you fly through the central passage. I'm just looking at the banner art here because you can really see the tentacles and the creatures and everything, and how beautiful the outline looks, and how thorny the platforms are. You know, back before you had to dip into the more info screen, I feel like people generally got a lot more appreciation out of this banner artwork, just to look at how well disguised the music level actually is in a layout that's very aesthetically pleasing as a long-distance tapestry. Anyway, let's take a look at Nightmare Cinema, and like I was just saying, I mean, if you look at the Nightmare Cinema here, you know, absolutely gorgeous even when completely zoomed out. It's saying now playing on a marquee, and we will see what is playing today. Now playing. Oh yeah, look at that. It's got the gong, which I always associate with the, I think it's the Rank Foundation, who, from the, you know, British films of the 1950s and such, where they always open, or rather, the logo is presented with somebody banging a gong. Anyway, this is telling you something about the goal screen. It's probably telling you that if you enter the key door, you get to see the goal screen. I always thought music in Mario Maker was always weirdly half-baked. And yeah, it's kind of curious, you know, what they thought the use case of the tool set would be, because, you know, obviously a lot of the community developments like global loading and Maker 2 were not something that were anticipated, but okay, so this illusion is something that we fell for immediately. We actually just have to watch where the coins are going to bounce, because the coins will tell us where the semi-solids are located and where they're not. Let's take a look at the gong here. We didn't actually look at this. And there is a coin collection in this level, so we need to not get chomped. This also reminds me very strongly of a certain level in Maker 2 as well, now that I look at it. In terms of the horror faces, the semi-solid transparency effects. Yeah, this is an old trick, and yeah, because I remember seeing that for the first time in a Maker 2 context as well, and seeing how that was brought back. Okay, let's stand not there. Let's watch where we're going. Okay, back to the horror show. Oh, I see. It's not meant to be a gong, despite the sound. It's meant to be a chomping face here. Chomp, chomp, chomp. So There's a horror show of people trying to bite your face off. If you have a particular attitude of body horror towards the thought of being devoured. Okay, let's step carefully. We can do it fast, but you know I won't. Okay. And platform up. And then here's the clown mask, I suppose. Is this pipe enterable? It is. If you really want to get devoured. What does this say? Now you're nothing. Yeah, I guess that's not really escapable. Ooh, look at that. Mario is just getting punched right in the nose. Ow. That looks like it really hurts. But it's going to give you an exit, and it's going to give you mushrooms too. I love this mushroom effect too. That's... How does this power-up effect even... Oh, it's disguised... Conveyors, maybe? Or... Oh, no. It's from the blocks being destroyed. Yeah, okay. No. It's from... No, it's from some kind of conveyor effect, isn't it? Like, I couldn't tell what was going on with that, because the overlaps work so differently in this game. But yeah, he is bleeding mushrooms. Anyway. Help me. There's pipe glitch going on. Okay, I see. I don't think I know the pipe glitch in terms of how it works. Like, I think I've seen the effect before, but I don't understand it well enough to explain it. Because, like I said, a lot of Advanced Maker 1 was not something I was in touch with until very late in Maker 1. Because I got into kind of seeing the serious community creations of Maker 1 very late, in early 2019, about a month before Maker 2 was announced. Wow, this is Edvard Munch's Scream. And, yeah, so we have checkpoints. And we're on the other side of the gold card now. So let's go back because we haven't seen or cleared this room yet with the pipe illusion. Somehow you were able to put pipes that dispense things but eliminate the pipes. Okay, no, I didn't know that. I hadn't seen that before. I thought I was watching the ground there, but in terms of the coin locations, but I think I just missed. Maybe we shouldn't have just grabbed that coin. Hang on. Let's go back to that room. I thought I was watching where the coins were being deflected, but... Yeah, Donkeyman, I'm glad you're here to explain some detective-y, which I don't necessarily know. Okay. There we go. Oh, we've got a lot more of that. And then, yeah, we'll see what's going on here. That's a very neat power placement to make that happen. Very flexible. Now, yeah, to fire deflection, we'll have to see that accurately. Okay. Not exactly speedrunning this bit. Okay. Really getting a lot of mileage out of the semi-solid effect here. Oh, no, I was about to jump and I just missed a button. Okay. Nope, we'll get out safely. I'm glad we get a second chance instead of having to repeat. This stuff is what made you so interested in Mario Maker in the first place, yeah. And you're saying there's a great Glackham Cape level where it looks like trees were just dropping cape feathers. I have to look at that. I know that I have a huge list of makers that I want to get through that I will not be able to get through before April, but I did make a note to look at more of Glackham's work. So, thanks for alerting me to that, because I'd love to take more recommendations from people who know Maker 1 really well. Oh, I'm too slow. That's okay, we can... Maybe... No. We were too slow. I had to guess for the last one. Yeah, we should treat that one as a safety coin since it's a freebie, but oh well. Whoops. Yeah, in general, I feel like... I mean, I talk about this a lot, that... The, Maker games, and, well, at this point, Maker 2, I guess, would... had a lot more long-term community interest and longevity if... people could really work out the implications of what you could do with certain glitches without just the opacity of what Nintendo is or isn't going to nuke. And because I remember that things in Maker 1 were happening right up until the release of Maker 2 in terms of new discoveries that were being made and new tech that was being shown off. I kind of remember in early 2019, for instance, that everybody was getting so much mileage out of, whoops, the kind of Muncher pipe hyperspeed effect. It was kind of all over the place for a couple weeks while waiting for Maker 2. And yeah, I was actually... I have Kavik, Edgard, and Warrior so on the list to do already. Like, I've definitely been doing my homework here, but I definitely appreciate recommendations in case I missed anybody. Yeah, because I kind of sketched out a bit of an estimate of, just how many levels I would have to get through between now and April just to see a lot of the makers that I felt like I missed out on. And it's very high number. My memory's not good enough to do this by memory, so we do have to kind of trace it every time. Instead of trying to blitz through it. Okay. Okay, there we go. And we followed a mushroom. Oh, oops. Oh, no, bad idea. Can we go back up? Yes, we can. Yeah, if in doubt, we go back up. Nope. If in doubt, we go back up. We have to stay behind the mushroom. Nope. Hang on. Too fast. And yeah, Bonafide Pirate, I'll wait until I'm out of... Okay, no. Oh, well, we found a platform by accident. I was about to say I'll wait until I'm out of here before I read what you said, but you tend to think of the semi-solids and tiles with the same width as one-way gates. Yeah, no. And one-ways work differently, too, collision-wise, in Maker 1, as we've seen many times already. Okay. That's a bounce. Oops, I just missed a jump button. Okay. And then, let's go over here. Yeah, I wonder as an eventual... whoops. Mario Maker 3, I definitely wonder what kind of tech we will miss in Maker 2 that we didn't even expect to lose. There's someone whose name will come to you who also found the most obscure mechanics in Maker 1. Yeah, hopefully that'll come to mind. Oh, nope, that's it for the coins. Let's just jump. Took too long on that one. Okay, let's jump up here. There we go. And repeat this one. 2, 3. It's like a Fibonacci sequence almost. 2, 3, 5. Well, up until this point. Okay. And then... Oh, wait, no. Again, I just slipped off a block earlier than expected. I told myself it's a Fibonacci sequence except with the number 6 added, and then suddenly I got through here really quickly. And then... whatever mnemonic works for our purposes. And then over here, okay. Okay, good. Leap of faith over there, but we got it. Look at the leaves over here on the right side. We're not going for that, obviously. We'll get chomped first. And yeah, I've got Pinkston's, David Pinkston's profile marked out as well. I know he was a lot more active in 1 than he was in 2, but I know there are a couple of people who were in that situation where the levels I played from them in 2 were only a hint of what they became famous for. Anyway, the Thwomp is... yeah, look at this. The Thwomp is basically this, you know, big tooth that's chomping down on us. We need to drop more donut blocks here so we can actually hit the POW. Come on. Nope, come on. It's not very well centered for this. Okay. This is being a little bit of a problem here. I love the scale of this level. It really packs a ton of stuff in here for what it is, but okay, let's try to... Nope, hang on. Got a block timing here not working out for me. Let's just maybe eradicate what we can and just try to lead it over a little bit. Okay. Now? Yes, finally. There's a thematic element that I'm missing. No, I know that it was like the big face and that maybe there was something missing there as well. I know I was inside the mouth and that the Thwomp was kind of, I don't know, trying to lick me or something. But I don't know if there was something else that I also missed visually. Which there might have been. I'd have to look over the footage, maybe. Anyway, let's proceed on this side first. In the block room with a key that's located in a particular block. Interesting. Oh, I see. P switches, and then you have to memorize something, probably. Block, steps, vines. So it is going to be some kind of picture memorization, perhaps? Or it'll tell you... yeah. Block, steps, vines. Right here. Very nice. It wasn't just the donuts. You were supposed to figure out where the ground was missing beneath the donuts. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was so busy watching that Thwomp, I didn't even think about that. Ooh, look at this face over here. This looks mildly threatening. Yeah, this level gets so much done with its budget, which I guess is what a Nightmare Cinema is all about. Anyway, this is going to give me another picture. And that's going to give me 2 steps, semi-solids. Hang on. Looks like it... let's take a look at this one again. Semi-solid gap, and then... the pillars, and then block below that. So we need to go maybe to the low... No, not this one. Is that ground block? Yeah, no, I see what you mean, that there was a collision that was preventing the swamp from actually going down. And I wasn't really attentive to that. Let's go back up, because we need to find one of these box semi-solids that is then... Oh, here's another image over here. Maybe. Maybe it's one of these other locations up top. Let's take a look here. No, that's not telling me anything yet. Got a little zigzag there. Hang on. You see, I'm looking for this kind of gap where you have the box that's at least 3 columns high, and then the sort of columnar semi-solid beside it. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Let's think about this for a moment. Have I played Ren's Nightmare Disco level? Yeah, that was the first one in 3YMM, and I actually played it years ago too, like originally when I was getting back into Maker around 2019. That was one of the ones that really impressed me immediately. I'm planning to catch up on everything by Ren that I haven't played as well. That is a fairly high priority. Maybe it's in this location and it's mirrored. It's not. But then if you have a 3 high column, 3 high column. Hang on, I'm totally misreading this one. Let's take a look here. Maybe I need to look at the shapes of the... Oh yeah, no, that's... I see what I'm doing. I'm not reading the shapes of the blocks that are in fact obstructions. It gives you the zigzag, and it tells you that 2 blocks over... I see where this is now. I see where this is. But wouldn't that place it here? Yes. So, yeah, I see why I misunderstood that, because the image below showed me the block that I have to hit. This image shows me the block where I have to... And it looks like it's actually a little off alignment, in fact. No, it's not. It's not. It was correct. I just misread it. And then we're going to... have problems in a bit. So you come up here and then you can see this clue. There's going to be another one that's related to the vines. We'll have to go back there. Yeah, the vine's going down and then you have the corner boxes. I think I can see where that is. That's in one of the other top compartments. Yeah, I've seen this picture idea before in a couple of different levels before. It's kind of neat to see so many different styles of concealment and illusion being used in this level, though, and surprisingly having the budget to fit it all. Yeah, I wonder if at some point you can just, you know, take a fire flower and open this up. I bet you do. I bet you get a fire flower at some point and you break this guy open and then blow everything up for a key. Maybe. It seems implied, but I don't know if it's actually the case. Yeah, so I was misreading this bit here because, you know, the little Tetris Z block here. For some reason it was throwing me off by one. Anyway, this seemed to refer to this area here. Or maybe it was this one here. Or, well, no, let's look at it, because the pillars above it tell you what the visual clue is going to be. Let's go left. Yeah, so it's going to be one dangling pillar tile. and then 2 vines beside that. And then the kind of semi-solid overlap that happens underneath that. Why wouldn't it be this one then? Hang on. Oh no, because I think I'm just misreading which block. It's going to be a corner, just going to pillar. Because the vines have to connect. I see. It's not this one because the vine's not connecting to the box. So we need to find... Whoa, maybe not. What's that one telling me? Okay, maybe this is disambiguating in 2 places. Atlantis, welcome. Okay, so it gives you 2 halves, I think. And so you need to put the 2 halves together to determine location, because we actually have insufficient information right now. Let's take a look at the right half. Key switch, please? Yeah. Oh, I love this is kind of like a clown face as well. This is a guy with a big mouth for his little picture here. So, yeah, that tells you basically the right half, maybe. That you're looking for the block. That is a 2 high column, a 1 high column, and then an overlap. Wouldn't it just be something here then? Or am I misreading that as well? Okay, yeah, fire is going to light that up. Yep. I thought so. So it's not fire flower, but it is going to blow up the face. Yes, and that's correct. And then, now that gives me... What? We still need a key at some point. And yes, Lantis, this is a level from Pink Birdo. This is Nightmare Cinema. We've been doing a completionist run through Pink Birdo's profile just to get everything recorded. And we're doing well. We're kind of in the final third or quarter or so, I think. We've gotten through a lot of the puzzles at this point. But this, of course, is a huge level. This one is very large scale, which is what I like to see. So this is pointing left, and it activated a P-switch when it came down. It's not some kind of P-door, it's some kind of other visual clue. We still need to grab a key somewhere here. And I feel like we didn't actually use the clue on the left. Or did we? Maybe this is a suspicious location. But maybe not. That was a bit of a stab in the dark, though. Only panel over here. I love how even after everything collapses, it still looks reasonably like a face. Alright, let's open this up again. So, I didn't really use this clue, did I? It looked like Divine connected. It looked like there's a pillar dangling to the right of it. That you have the 2 corners. It really looked like it was supposed to be this one. But maybe there's some visual distinction I'm missing here. We have to look at the edges of the boxes. I think they tell us some information. Yeah, because it should have been directly here, judging from what I'm seeing. But it's not. But maybe this was just matching the 2 halves to give us this clue over here. Maybe that was it. So we already got that, but then we blew that up, and we had that land on the P-switch. It lands on the P-switch, and then what does it do? Blasters are blocked, they don't fire anything. We don't have a key. I am missing something. Maybe there's some additional thing I have to hit. Oh, let's look at the arrows. No, the arrows just tell you to point to the image up there. This drops down. missing something. You hit the P switch. Yeah, I thought that was going to reveal something to me, but basically everything chopped down on the P switch, and now we don't know what happens. Because what did that even reveal? Was there something over here that we needed? Okay, this clue I'm just not sure about. We came in through here. This drops you through for some reason. We need a key, basically, and this didn't give me one. But maybe there's something that tells me about a spot that was revealed. Like, I see the 3 arrows here. Maybe it's telling me that if we follow the arrow all the way, that there's some kind of key location that's supposed to highlight for me. But I can't see what it is. But if you follow the arrows, you have 3 arrows that way. It looks like it's supposed to be a visual clue. And visual clue for something like this. Rosie, welcome. Welcome to everyone enjoying Lethal Company over in the lukewarm ocean. I don't remember what the whole lukewarm ocean thing was about. I just remember playing a level that was named after it. I think it was one of the Electro Dudes, and it was some kind of in-joke on their stream. And I honestly don't remember why that was the joke or the meme or whatever. Yeah, had his little search bar open to Monkaloid for some reason. It's alright, we won't tell. And Electro Dude, I knew you were responsible for something here, even though we didn't know exactly what. So anyway, this face came down, it chomped on a P, it reveals 3 arrows. We don't know what the 3 arrows are about. But it's something relevant to the P. Anyway, we had this clue already. Oops. It came from someone screaming it on a Minecraft server. I see, okay. Yeah, I'm too old to know that kind of thing, apparently. Anyway, we had the picture clues that gave us this object over here. This is what opens up everything on the right side. Everything comes down and hits the P. But why? So we're this far. And it's probably telling me to watch... Oh, I see. Okay, we didn't even look at this picture. Yeah, it's going left, left, left because it's telling me that there's something under... Yeah, under the blaster on the left. Okay, now I see. What a blind spot, because this looks like it was past a boundary, right? Because, you know, this is Maker 1, so naturally you reach the end of the room, and in Maker 1 you assume, oh, this is just part of some other room, because all the different puzzle spaces are conjoined. But yeah, we just didn't even look at that. But anyway, that's the key. Look at this little displacement that goes on here, too. That's interesting. Oh, because I guess it spawned a spring, didn't it? And maybe punched it the other way. Not exactly sure. No, it's just a block. No, it's just a block that displaces it. Maker 1 continues to surprise me. Yeah, because that image on the left was totally blocked off up to that point. And in fact, it's this image here. Whoops. Whoops. That was a mistake. Yeah, so this death spot is here in case you do what I just did, which is accidentally enter a room that you've already cleared. But I'll show you what I was talking about before I accidentally entered this. This image here, that's actually the final clue to everything that you see on the right. So I love how the preview image of what you're about to see in the cinema winds up being the final clue at the end of that loop. That's very clever. That leaves one more puzzle room for us to do. We've been on this one for some time. I didn't even look at the preview image here to see what this is. Let's see. This is a something more divine. It looks like we're in the maw of some great creature. Or, yeah, oh. Yeah, so this is very much a platforming segment in some ways. And we have to fall in, well, not fall in, we'll climb. Once that comes back. Oh, that was a little bit thrilling there, and of course we didn't make it. Just a little bit of a platforming challenge in this segment. We will try that again. Seems like we're inside some great creature, but I'm not exactly sure thematically what it represents, and we'll have to see it on the main screen, I think, to really understand the visual design. Anyway. Oh. Okay, let's drop out accurately this time. Good. That was a little bit close. This looks like it's another boss sequence of sorts. It's a time survival, I think. Yeah, because he's going to stomp on me, so we need to get out of the way and then jump on him. Wow, look at him fly. Point to point. Very nice fight. Although we'll just cheese it a little bit by clinging. And down we go. And that should be it. So, through the door. That should be the goal screen. Somebody figured out the max distance Bowser Jr. will jump. Yeah, because those are basically the only valid blocks from there. And see how that's going. Looks like there'll be another P-switch that unveils something at the end. Oh, something's stopping. And, oh, I see, it's the theater mess. Tragedy and comedy. And this is Bleeding Wigglers, because of course it is. I don't think that pipe is accessible. Let's see, yeah, I don't think there's a way to get up there, so. Kind of like a jack-o'-lantern or something at the end. Anyway, beautiful level, very large scale. Really packed everything in to that one. And yeah, definitely the thing with the, you know, P-switch picture reveal room. I'm still thinking about how it looped back around to the image that was in the exterior hub, where it really kind of plays around with your expectations and the way you visualize the way that spaces are conjoined when it comes to the Mario Maker 1 layout. So, very beautifully put together, that one. Electrodude, bit of a side note, but yesterday you saw someone remade the entirety of, I assume that's 5 Nights at Freddy's plus in Geometry Dash. Well, that just shows you that Geometry Dash is very, very flexible. As you already knew much better than I did. Okay, so the next few that we are playing, or the next one that I'm playing, is from Super Discord Brothers 3, which was the second of the 3 Discord Superworld projects that Pink Birdo coordinated. I don't know at this point if I will be able to schedule in playing through any of those Superworlds straight through, and regardless, I think some of them might already be pockmarked with some deleted levels and other things that are broken. So we're just going to play this now in case I don't get a chance to actually do the super world, we'll do something similar to what's the other collaborators in these super worlds when we get to them, because there are some other people that I plan to play who were also participants, but we'll just play the levels as they come up, even though we won't see them in the original context yet. But yeah, this is part of a super world project that was entirely in the SMB3 theme, if I understand it. And so I know there are program notes for what each of the worlds represents, but this is some kind of desert with cacti all over. Muncher culture. Oh, let's watch the spikes. Yeah, this is Cactus Desert, alright. Oops. So yeah, we'll hopefully have a bit more of a relaxed traditional experience here where we see some things that are artistically no less spectacular. This is not a pipe you can enter, it's just a save point cactus. And home of Snoopy's brother Spike. That's how I think about it for some reason. Anyway, let's pop this and continue. Yeah, traditional platforming where you watch your head sometimes when you're poking around with a cactus, because that's what you have to do. Pretty simple. I don't know if we miss secrets or anything, but it is meant to be a kind of introductory World 2 level, so. And SMB3 levels were always very, very short like that, too. So that seems in keeping with the theme. Yeah, I really would like to run the Super Worlds top to bottom at some point, but I want to prioritize getting through specific makers first before we get to that. So here's another puzzle by the looks of it. Fire deflector. Using a lot of the I'm going to say Greek alphabet, but some of those are Cyrillic characters. Anyway, let's take a look at Fire Deflector. Looks like it is a one screen wide puzzle that we've seen many of already. Yeah, the one screen wide, two screen high format has been all over Birdo's profile, and kind of makes me wish that more of the puzzle builders in Maker 2 also used both the top and bottom, because usually, you know, there's a preview room that shows you the top half, and there's a lot more space to work with when it comes to the interactive elements and the door transitions. Not that I mind one screens either, but, you know, it feels like this format is underserved now. I'm just looking at this while I'm talking, and I guess it's going to be something like a P-switch activation or a bomb that's going to get you through here with a key that would drop you on checkpoint. When you respawn at checkpoint, you get a key because that saves your progress. This looks like it should be a reset door. It is not. It's a preview door of the top screen. And essentially, oh, something broke down here. I'm looking at this. We have to zip back in here a couple times to look at it properly. Because it shows you vines in the right side and an initial bomb placement as well, and a P placement, and the spiny shell that is on the top left. There must be a reason why it's burner blocked instead of just being a location that traps me and lets me look at this a little longer. Possibly is preventing some kind of timed interaction that it cannot let activate. Maybe involving the bomb. I'm not sure, but regardless, we didn't get a chance to see that. Anyway, the level is Fire Deflector. I assume that we're going to use the fuzzy helmet to deflect some fire. Like that. This is, in fact, a bit of a tutorial here, which shows you the trajectory. And which means that we lower the thwomp such that this activates the bomb. Activating a bomb is going to... oh, I thought it activated a bomb. Well, the bomb did absolutely nothing. There's just nothing for it to blow up. But I guess that's just a little tutorial node. Then. Anyway, this is going to be a deflection over here as well. I wonder if it's going to be through using this. And yeah, that deflection pattern wasn't exactly what I expected, but it still works, I think. It drops to P. After dropping the P, then you're able to go through to the key door if you have a key, which we don't. Let's take a look here and see if we can see a potential candidate for the key. And that would reset back into this room. Yeah, this goes up like that. Fuzzy helmet here is available as well. Is there a reason why we want to go to the right side of the swamp? I don't see it. I'm just thinking about what else the P-switch can get me other than... Oh, the pipe. Okay. Didn't even look at the pipe. Checkpoint 1. Okay. Nope. I feel like we need to drop something onto that track in order to create the deflection. Let's get back into the other room to grab the helmet. Just... to be safe. You need to crouch jump to pick that up. We'll take a P through with us anyway, just in case we want one. What do we do here? What does that get me? Not a whole lot of anything, but I feel like maybe a centered placement that could be useful. Maybe we have to put something else here and have multiple objects where this will deflect up here and then bump into something else. We may need to move this platform. We'll eventually get up to this key, but we'll need to move the fire up to this key, and that's the point. Is there a second object that I could work with here? Let's find out. Let's move this first. And this should drop down to the lower track. And then that will go up. But I think we need to let it deflect once, and then we move the P into the other location, and we'll do the second deflection. Like this, where we now drop it through here. And then it's going to go all the way up to the top. No, it's not. It's going to go all the way up to the side. Let's... Oh, whoops. But it looks like it's supposed to deflect around one-way panels, and then... No, we need to place something else there for it to deflect against, perhaps. Anyway, let's place here. And then... let's see, if we place it here, it would deflect down. Whoops. That's okay, the helmet is mostly just for fire protection for me, so... it's not too relevant to what we're doing here. And then we jump to the other side. Let's see what it's going to hit. Well, I don't see another location for it over there. It needs to deflect up here, obviously, but... oops, that was close. I wonder about this question block down here, too. If we have a helmet, we raise this, and that's where the deflection is coming from. We need a helmet to raise the blaster. I only noticed a muncher at the bottom of the stack just now. The mushroom is just a checkpoint affectation, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's raise it first, in fact. Let's not, because if you raise it first and the blaster doesn't fire. That's why there's a reset door. You need to fire it first and then you head over there. We also need to lower the platform first. So this deflects, we drop it at a second location, then we raise the blaster after that. And that should do it. That gives me the key. Having the key now, we go through the key door, we'll grab a P-switch, why not? Then, if we're through here, we get checkpoint 2. Checkpoint 2 gets me Stiletto. And then Stiletto gets me what? Well, let's get a helmet first. Swamp can come down. We'd occasionally have to get out of the Stiletto to raise things in certain locations. Let's open that up. Stiletto might give me a higher jump to get up to the top. It won't because of the bumper. However, just thinking about what it can step on that I couldn't step on before. We're at checkpoint, so I'm not too concerned. But we'd have to... Well, let's light up this guy here just to see... Well, we can't now because the blaster's blasting over from that side. What is here? That doesn't get me anything. Just thinking about what we can touch. Maybe there's some high points over in this side that we needed to look at. Not really. Okay, 30 seconds. And we see these arrows here indicating something about where the fire should be deflecting, perhaps, but we also see that... Yeah, the question blocks here I think are just for decoration, but it's hard to tell. Oh, also, yeah, no, that's a mistake, because we want to get checkpoint before we time out. Let's get the other checkpoint first. Let's make sure we grab the correct checkpoint. Otherwise we would have reset by a little bit. We need something like a bomb or spiny head here to break that open. The spiny head is up above, if you see where that's going next. Now let's scout the top door, because that tells you where the spiny head's going to be. And if the P has dropped in this location, that means that you can go up through the central column. Like this. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that depends on the Maker 1 camera. We needed to get through here with the boot, though. I think. Let's take a look at that again. Let's get the helmet just in case. We need to jump on a fire, actually. Yeah, because this depends on not being able to see up top until you land in Maker 1. Well, it doesn't depend on it, but, you know, it's kind of designed around an expectation. The spikes are here so we can peel this off so we can grab the spiny hat. Just like that. Then we can drop through. Now that we have the spiny hat, we can punch through the area to the right of the Thwomp. And kill the Thwomp. And look at this face on the right side, too. I think Birdo loves the faces. This bomb over here is going to be a fire deflection. I see. We need the blaster to be on the top level, and it's going to shoot through here. And then we need an object placed here, probably, like the P, that would then deflect it every which way. So, why don't we do that? What was that P, anyway? Oh, we stepped on it. Yeah, okay, we don't want to step on it. That's okay, we broke the hard block. We can just resume from this point, as long as we get rid of the Thwomp. Let me just do this quickly without stiletto just yet. Yeah, we'll actually need to drop the stiletto anyway to move the P. I think that's okay. We don't need the stiletto for much else at this point. We should keep it anyway, just in case. Just move the P up steadily until we have it in the location we want. Oh, whoops, that was a mistake. No, yeah, you need a Okay, no, you need to trade between the spiny hat and the fuzzy hat. We've opened the passage to the other spiny hat at this point, so we can afford to lose it and trade the fuzzy hat as long as we reload into this room. And I think we should smack the swamp if we want to do that. So, we'll cart the P over, and it's okay to take damage. Nope, hang on. We'll take damage if we can, and grab the fuzzy hat from there. Okay, and then we bump this up a level. And then that'll hit the P and deflect. It's a little bit off target, but we'll see if that works. Do we want this spiny hat at this point? Let's see about the placement here. It's not entirely on target. We lost the stiletto, but... Oh. Wait a minute. I don't know what is up there. There's nothing on that corner. Ah, you need to hit the P-switch. Yeah, after it deflects, you hit the P-switch. Okay, we'll do another round then. We deflect, and as it's going up the curve, we'll let it round the corner on the left first, and we hit the P-switch. Then it should be on target. Yeah. That'll light up the bomb, and then that'll give me access to something else. What does that do? It gives me access to the bomb. You reload into this room, and then you have the bomb to drop at the goal. So you then reload into this room. And then you should have just let the bomb walk off, to be honest. And that's the goal. Yeah, really good use of this space. That's the nice thing about these two-screen high puzzles, is that you have a generous amount of space to work with. And of course the screen width was, you know, something that if you're confined to one screen in both Maker 1 and Maker 2, at least not only are you giving the player visibility of the puzzle, but it's also mitigating spawning issues that could be out of your control. And here, of course, in Maker 1, you don't have things scrolling back and forth freely without a scroll stop mechanic to stop it. Anyway, here's another one from Super Discord Brothers 3, Holy Moly Moon Maze. This is going to be in World 8, so we'll see what changes with the length and difficulty. It certainly looks very Rainbow Roady in its own way. If you look at the stars and shrooms and bombs in the design, and even the little HAL block over there. And a key. So let's see what we'll have this time. Okay, going to begin in a star. This looks like, well, we'll give this a careful poke. Let's see if this is... Oh, it looks like you can jump through this. Sure, we'll do it. Nothing bad has ever happened that way. Maybe there are multiple paths here. Oh, whoops. We can see some other ways to get up this passage as well. Let's come up here. There is an arrow that's telling you to go right down below. We're obviously not listening to that. At least not yet. Big mole come down. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect that. That came as a bit of a surprise. There's no coin collection or anything, we're just finding a way out of the maze. It's okay, we'll continue this path until we survive it and see if it's actually what I want. There are a couple of bricks, as you can see, that do break certain passages, so we go. Come down here. Yeah, so we're hunting for a key. We did hit a block up there previously. Maybe that block was a key and I just didn't realize it. Although there's a pipe transition here that we should be aware of. And we'd need to take it in order to revert back to our previous position, perhaps. Let's see, because this is going to take you up here. No, it's a 1-up. I didn't know what was spawning there. I didn't hear the key effect, so I guess we would have known. Anyway, let's go back this way. We have to track whether we're in the main world or subworld. Otherwise things will get extra confusing. Alright, so... And the coins will tell us where we have gone and where we haven't in the current run. That's important information. So we shouldn't just collect coins indiscriminately unless we're actually planning to go through a path. Although, yeah, that's not where we should go. Let's go through here instead. Because why not? Yeah, so currently we're looking for a key. And then that pipe looks promising, I guess. Ow. Okay, that's significant. Even though activating it will drop all coins at some point. Now, because of pipe stacking, we don't know whether these will just pop out the same exit or... So we don't know what to use the POW with yet. Maybe the POW gets me through a certain location. As a stepping stone, I don't see anything that you have to use the POW to get through, like a buncher block or anything yet. We'll just navigate our way through. Try to keep track of where we went, so we can go back to the power room. Swoop. Oh, whoops. That's okay. And we'll head up through here. And down. Yeah, I see another checkpoint there as well. I wonder what happens if this is a two-way pipe or if it's just... yeah, it is a two-way pipe. No trickery going on over there. Guess we'll trade POWs. Interestingly enough, if you do have two POWs, you can enter this pipe. That's an idea, that if you find a second object to place there, it could be useful. Let's go back to this room. Is there something the POW could do for me? Well, not here, there isn't. But we could have gone back up and maybe back down to the starting area. Oh, nope. Hang on. Well, that was close. Yeah, so here... Let's be careful. Although to get the POW across... Oh, whoops. There we go. Have to do that. Just drop back down. Oh, here's a buncher block. But we don't have a way through here. We'd have to... Whoop. Let's be careful. Whoop. That was not careful. But we now know where the muncher is, at least. Maybe we should have gone through here to see the gate initially. Yeah, so we would need something additional to punch through here. Checkpoint will give you mushroom. We've navigated a good chunk of this. I mean, there are only so many paths that are available, so it's more linearly constrained than it looks, as far as I can tell. Yeah, this takes you over to the key. I already have a decent mental picture of some of the layout, I think. You just need something that will occasionally, at some points, allow you to punch through a block. That would be the mushroom from checkpoint, probably. We don't see power-up checks on the checkpoints. That's an important nuance here. Also, yeah, you can wrap around to the left here. That's something I hadn't done. So we'll do that after we grab the POW, because POW is clearly progress. E for progress. And we'll head back down to that pipe transition and go to the left pipe. Yeah, contrary to what I was saying earlier, I have, of course, already lost track of whether in the main world or subworld. We're in the subworld right now, I think. So we can go down here, wrap around this way. Maybe. I mean, we'd have to use the POW to jump up, though. That's okay, we can use the POW as a platform then, instead of for the muncher. Just so we can see what's over here, because that seems to be the only way through. And here's a shroom. And you can get more shrooms, which is good. Now that we have a shroom room, we can unlock the muncher area if we just go back with shroom plus POW. That's okay, we know where to get the POW, we know where to go back. As long as we don't have any headroom issues, we should be fine. This is designed around retraversal with the mushroom, so everything's spacious enough. And we'll just head down. Back. So we'll wrap around the top. We have to keep the mushroom, of course, that's going to be the main issue I have to deal with, and then... Whoops. Come on. There we go. Let's watch out for the big mole here. It's going to come at us. Nope. Ow, I hit this thing again. Let's go back. That was unfortunate. I saw the mole coming, I just completely forgot about the block. Not this way. Oh, but now we'll need to wrap around once we go through that pipe again. Yeah. Let's go back to the power room and wrap around. Let's just follow the course that we know. Yeah, POW is going to be here. That's okay. Use the POW to stand up on this side and go to the shroom room. Probably is a more efficient way to do this, but we don't know the layout well enough to have seen it. Now the mushroom does allow me to punch through quite a few tiles to create more shortcuts at this point, and that's something we should keep in mind. But we really do need to grab the POW first. Because we already know what the muncher gate is going to look like and how we are sufficiently empowered to get through it. Whoops. Just go through here and grab the POW again. Make a way through. Alright, this time we'll try to survive. I feel like after you get through the muncher gate, that's going to be pretty close to the first checkpoint. Also, we can just punch through here instead of doing all the other nonsense. Yeah, that allows you to skip past the trickier parts of the mole sequence. And that allows you to drop down here for the muncher gate. This also then allows you to checkpoints, which then gives you a power-up. Don't know if it's always a fire flower or it's progressive, but it would make sense for it to just be a fire flower. We haven't seen... I mean, there aren't any ice coins in this game, but we haven't seen what's gated behind a flower yet. It might just be something to give you extra point of damage protection while you run up. Yes, that would also get you through the blueberry eventually. But we don't know what's gated behind the flower. Okay, that's fine. You would have to come back up through this way? No. Let's just go through here and traverse bottom area, hopefully without failing anywhere. Then what are we even looking at over here? Looks like we'd need something like a POW to stand on here as well. Or a bullet. Bullet will do fine. We might need to track the bullet much further later in the level. Fire flower. And that gets me over here. This small stack, I guess, is a different one from the one we dealt with earlier, so I guess we'll get in here, since we hadn't touched that coin, and this is something new. Key. That's ominous. I guess we should punch that, yeah. There's only, well, I guess you get multiple keys. Alright. Well, we know where the key door at the very beginning of the level is. So, maybe we can do that. I feel like we need to lead another bullet. And lead it quite a long ways. Let's see where we want to go through. Trying to see what I wouldn't be able to access otherwise. Whoop. Nope, that was a mistake. Oh, you don't need it for anything then. At least not here. Okay. We would need something like a POW to go through here. That's alright, we just need to find our way back to the beginning with at least one of the keys, and then let's go back to this side. Checkpoint now. We need to wrap around. Oh, we don't have anything to get through the muncher. We just need to drop over to the right side, I think, and then we'll see. Alright. Well, we've got a limited amount of time, so let's just go through the pipe and not think too hard about it. We'll grab checkpoint 2. Right on time, 43 seconds. And then, where does this door go? Flips you over here. I see, it just flips you a little ways over. Basically to get you unstuck, potentially. More doors that are down here. It's a door maze, in fact. Yeah, because eventually you'd have to go through the door that's in the bottom left. Let's check everything. Yep, so it's going to be the bottom right one over there. And then you open that up. We're going to time out, but we're starting right here in this area, so we know there's not much left. Okay. In that case, let's head over. And yeah, it's going to be bottom right, as we said before. Well, let's grab the power up as well, as we know it's here. It is progressive. That's okay. We don't actually need a fire flower except for a bit of damage protection. It's this one here. Unlock. Progress. Now we can jump over to the left, I guess. Oh, I see. That door is matched over there. So we do want to have maximum height, but it seems like we need something additional to make it there. We would need a star. We need momentum from a star. So we need to find a star room. This just matches. So let's go back through here and find a star. And you're at checkpoint. We've been through that pipe before. We've been everywhere else here, though, I think. Yeah, we checked all this. But we haven't checked above. At least I don't think we have. No, these are just more doors, right? Or did we not check this? No, we did check this because we came out of the store before. Alright then, let's go back and then let's find the star room from checkpoint 2. Yeah, this allows you to progress through to the first half. Maybe it's the other key door, actually, right here. Do we get a star? We don't, but we can jump on the bullet and go up. What does that do? It gives me a star. Then, I guess we have to be quick. Whoops. Wrong way over there. And then we had to jump over here. Nope, lost it. Just a little bit too slow. We need to start going into that room. But we understand how to do it at this point. We just need to not go the wrong way. Whoops, we might have to reload that platform just to get up top to get within camera range. Within camera range, and then we will drop immediately right. And down here. Should be a little bit of time left on this. There we go. And then we have a bomb available. What do we use the bomb for? I haven't scouted this out yet. I did see a bomb spot earlier, I just don't remember where it was. But I think we just hot potato the bomb through as many doors as we can until we see what I want to use it for. Yeah, we'll just enter doors indiscriminately until we see the spot. Hang on. Yeah, let's just enter doors just to sustain ourselves until we see the location that makes sense. Hang on. Should be to the right, actually. We can always double our way through doors whenever possible. Not gonna be through here. Might be through the first area. Oh. Yeah, I just don't remember. We might have to explore a bit more. And then just go back for that bomb with the star again. Let's explore a bit, just to look for the exit under less time-sensitive conditions. I know what I'm looking for at this point, at least. Ah, it's the star. Or the ice block, rather. It's the ice block. It's the ice block over here. That's where you drop the bomb. Okay. Now I know. Let's do the star again so we can get the bomb. I see it. Okay, let's drop to the right. So we come back up through this pipe with the bomb. Once we get it, and we punch through the ice. Okay, let's just make sure we get back out safely and minimize distance that we travel whenever possible. Whoops. Okay, hang on, let's just reset this. Reset this. Go through here and then drop it on the ice on the left side. Good, nice clean throw. And there's more. No, there's not. It's just this. Well, let's grab the right side anyway. Okay. Surprisingly navigable once you get a sense of what it's doing. Okay, how much do we have left? We've got a decent amount, but I think we can probably push through it. We have an Earthbound level coming up. Look at all the Mr. Saturns here in the Cave of the Past. Now, we'll get to this one in just a moment. I'm just going to take a quick water stop. And we'll be back in just a few, so see you in, well, very soon, just a few minutes. Cave of the Past, like I was saying, very clearly the Earthbound theme over here with what looks like Saturn Village. It's been long enough since I played Earthbound that I don't remember exactly how the cave fits into this, but we'll see it. And we will not, as it says there, go back as Ness. Oh, maybe we'll even have the Ness Mystery Mushroom in this one, given that it's in SMM1. I expect we would, in fact. Anyway, yep, that's right. Here's Ness. Love his effects here that we'll just give a go for a moment. And I guess we have to jump up to Mr. Saturn, but into the Saturn Village house, rather. Oh, Chibi Robo, interesting. Anyway. Go back, Ness. Even if you are temporarily in robotic form. Yeah, the Chibi Robo sprite feels like he's got this massive jump to him, even though it's just all the standard movement. It's probably something to do with the animation. You can bust open some of the ice here. Oh, whoops. Nope, you can't jump on that. Let's just, whoops, that was a mistake. I was trying to jump there. Earthbound was a game I knew intimately well when I was much younger, but it's been so long since I last played through it that I actually can't speak very much to some of the flavor of the level here. When it comes to the work that has clearly been put into the aesthetic part of the experience. Oh, missed that one. Don't know if it's Ness or whoops. Okay, slip right off the ice. Let's be careful here. Anyway, we can't go through here yet until we've found something else to do. Anyway, here's the PK Starstorm. PK Starstorm, except we're not in S's form. Oh, that's the star storm. When do we get a smash at some time in this level? Let's grab another star just to reload that quickly. Love how it keeps spewing more stars at you. Probably with some pipe stacking. The PK star storm is going to get you through to the key door. Very nice. And then we're still Ness, just to be absolutely sure about that. And then there's a second checkpoint right here. I feel positively psychedelic happy. And you know that because we're playing in the music auto-scroller here. Whoops. Oops. I just fell off track a little bit there. I knew I was about to jump on a spike, but let's redo this. Anyway, I feel... happy! There we go. Let's jump a little more accurately, though. Because we do need to platform rather quickly through this. Oh! I only just noticed I fell into the cloud. I was too busy watching the mushroom that fell into the lava ahead of me. Didn't realize I was in cloud form there. This goes by really quickly, so... we'll have to survive the euphoria a bit here. Look at the pipe stacking making the entry points centered, too, in that location. Whoops. We should just run across the one-tile gaps smoothly. Anyway, let's fall into the cloud when we get there. Grab a shroom, and then it's... couldn't read that. Oh, also we needed to jump out of the cloud, so we'll get a chance to read it again. Mushrooms spewing everywhere. Yeah, let's just run across... whoops. As the path is laid out for me by all the POWs bouncing into position. Anyway, let's keep going. You think you saw TTS? Was this for Aura? Entirely possible. I mean, this was back in 2016, so I don't think Orator had much of a presence back then. No, it says it's. It says it's something. It's NOTRGT. Oh, I did the same thing over here. Same mistake. Yeah, it says it's something. I actually haven't read it carefully yet. If I read it accurately, I probably would get the Earthbound reference. But I feel happy. One thing I'd like to do at some point, although it won't be for some months, I think, is the fan translation of Mother 3. I think I'd actually like to stream that at some point. I only ever played a tiny bit of it to make sure it was working on emulation. But in spite of having it on my to-do list for, you know, probably the past decade or so, I never actually wound up playing through all of Mother 3, and so... since we're unlikely to get the official localization anytime soon, might be worthwhile. I still haven't been able to read this accurately. It's a lot of text at once. But anyway, we're still Ness. And oh, look at this. This is the Porky-mobile. I think. If I remember my bosses correctly. Yeah, because it's the Porky mech near the end of the game. Whoops. How do we actually kill him though? We need to jump on top of the cannons and hit the POWs. And then we drop all the coins. That's a neat little aesthetic element there to make it look like we're taking them apart. It's not right. Yeah, okay, was reading what you said in chat, and I just got roasted there. Let's try that again. So yeah, here goes the boss. This is appropriately psychedelic in keeping with how Earthbound boss battles actually look. Wonder if we'll see a smash at some point, though. I feel like I am supposed to jump on top of him here to grab the key once the munchers have been peeled. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. I have looking at chat deaths all the time. It's part of what you do as a streamer, so... Not your fault. It happens. And you just kind of learn how to roll with it gracefully. Yeah, definitely would jump on top and then dodge hammers carefully. I mean, if we're still nested at that point, instead of just running through the flames, that's much easier to do gracefully. But yeah, you can see some of the note blocks being loaded for the loop over on the side off the edge of the screen too. I assume that how this is being done is that it is the right side of the subworld, and that the auto-scroll is basically forcing a scroll lock heading right, so the music notes that are loaded to the columns on the left are just barely out of view, maximizing the playable area. Can we jump up here recklessly? Yes, we can. But there's no real benefit to doing so. Okay, so that's just where everything was loaded in for the drop. Let's be careful here. Well, okay, that's the end. Yeah, pretty spectacular boss room. We're just gonna swirl our way out of there. Oh, maybe that wasn't the Mega Porky. Yeah, the Cave of the Past is a specific location in Earthbound. I just don't remember the whole sequence very well because it's been so long since I played it. I wish I could have delivered or informed a commentary there, because I definitely recognized as I was playing that just how much I'd forgotten. Love the PK Starstorm effect, though. You can kind of see in the middle here, above where I'm pointing right now, with the download button, how that gets loaded in. But yeah, let's continue. So this is back to some of the levels that were built for Super Discord Brothers 3. I think I recognize this one. And I don't know it's because I merely saw it on video, or if I had played it and for some reason... I know that some of my previously played flags were reset. It may even be one that I saw probably, I don't know, possibly even plagiarized by somebody in Maker 2, to be honest, depending on how Maker 1 specific it is. No, but I recognize this. Like, I recognize the title and the theme for some reason, so... Yeah, because I believe this was one of the boss levels that was designed for Super Discord Brothers 3, which again I haven't played in its entirety. And you have this little ominous introductory sequence here with the Sea Serpent. Then... oh, whoops. Should have paid attention to that cannon there. Look at this Wiggler Serpent here. It is very, very lengthy. I love how it just very smoothly doubles as a platforming element just because of that. Yeah, in Maker 1, A lot of the layouts generally feel kind of smoother and more analog just because of all the stacking options and everything that's available. No block up there. I don't know if that's reachable. That might just be something else entirely. Let's head up and see what's going on over here. Looks like we need to come up over here. Yeah, the arrows were a pretty good indication of that. Amazing how much this is doing here. Whoa, okay. With the water theme. Yeah, I guess the bombs do slowly take it apart. It's kind of like being caught in a crossfire between the pirate ships and the Sea Serpent. Yeah, quite a lot going on here with the boats underwater here in the airship theme. Not a background. And the water effectively is laid out with the ice blocks in the surface. Oh. Can we jump on top of that? Doesn't look like it. But anyway, let's enter the ship. And then we have to deal with this guy. We remember this scene from Star Wars, of course. Trash compactor. I mean, we have to survive the Wiggler. We can't actually kill it or interact with it. We just need to dodge. There we go. And then, despite being on the half tile there, look at how the numbers appeared there too for the number of the course, which is like 3-8. I wonder what happens with a piece which expires. Nothing. Alright, so we can probably exit out on either side. And that's going to be it. But Auto-Scroll's going to push a little bit. And then we enter what looks kind of like Samus's gunship. I don't know how that connects in terms of the overall superworld, but we will see. Yeah, these ones have been quick enough, apart from that huge World 8 maze, of course, that maybe we should play through the superworld entirely at some point. But like I said, there is considerable overlap between these projects and the makers that we mean to feature. Humongous Fungus. This is a World 1 level. 1-6, and looking at the mushroom there, that is one humongous fungus. That's a World 1 level, pretty high 30% clear rate. And this is not enterable, okay. So I guess maybe this connects to a previous level somehow, aesthetically. Or maybe it's an exit that will cycle through at some other point. This is SMB3, so it's not going to be something like the big mushroom from the 8-bit amiibos. Anyway, let's move the camera a bit so we can see where we're going. Then, over here, we see a lot of things to punch through, gradually. But maybe there's a piece which is something. No, we just need to punch through here. And we'll just navigate our way through what is clearly mushroom pixel art. So we have quite an elegant layout. We'll look at a piece which in a moment. It's going to drop us right through. Which is fine. Checkpoint. Oh, it is a big mushroom. But the big mushroom in SMB3 does nothing, so... And in fact, that was relevant to a puzzle that we did in one of the other levels. I didn't know you could spawn the big mushroom in SMB3. In fact, I thought it was in conjunction with the mystery mushrooms, but it basically tells you how little I ever played with that in the Maker mode. But anyway, it doesn't even give you the CRT effect or anything. Big mushroom over here, I guess we just go through it down below. More big mushrooms all over the place. So yeah, I mean, these formerly spawned small mushrooms, so I guess something about the world had transformed. Here in the humongous fungus. SMM1, welcome. Hope you're doing well, MGM1, with Super Mario RPG. Okay, so this was another one that was made for Super Discord Brothers 3. It's 2 levels after the previous one. Like I said, I should play it thoroughly at some point so we understand some of the thematic concept for each of the worlds, but it seems like if it's 8 levels of world, this must be the boss level for this one. And you can see at the end, too, that it leads into the cactus theme that we already saw for the World 2 level that we saw earlier. You played Twilight Princess Randomizer, and you finished both games 100%. Congratulations. Twilight Princess Randomizer, that's not one I'd looked into. I know that a lot of the Zelda randomizers, the 3D Zelda randomizers, have been taking off, but I hadn't really seen anybody play the Twilight Princess one, so I really should have caught your stream, I guess. Whoops. Jumped right into that. Yeah, we had a good mix today. We're going through some classic Maker profiles in Maker 1 before the game goes down, and so most of the way through... whoops, made the same mistake. Pink Birdo, who was a fairly major community figure in the first game, and also, as we've noticed, a very devious puzzle designer. These are more levels on the traditional side right now, but we got through several big puzzles earlier today, as well as some huge thematic spectacles. So it's been quite a treat to play through these before they become unavailable. And we'll be showing off quite a lot more Maker 1 in the weeks ahead. Oh. Nice little variant on the airship level here, with all of these plants everywhere. It's airships that have been overgrown. Here on Checkpoint, notice that this gives you a little bit of an extra boost if you die and respawn at Checkpoint. It gives you the Fire Flower to ease things up for you if you're a novice player. That's something that in Maker 2 we've seen a number of the Japanese makers do as well, I think. You know, the checkpoint that makes your life easier if you need a crunch. As we might if we do something else careless like that. So yeah, I know there was, at least I'd heard there was some new post-game or boss rush content or something added to Super Mario RPG Remake. I know I hadn't looked into that yet because I don't have a remake yet, but that's of course something I'd be curious about at some point. Anyway, here's another boss. Here's the plant boss. We need to not get crushed by the muncher. That seems to be the major risk factor here. We'll just lower this a level at a time. And then once we lower that, we have the center POW no longer obstructed. And then we need to hit this while the plant is grounded, like that. Very good. And then we can exit out either side. And look at that. The auto-scroll makes it look as though the airship is blasting off, which is a lovely effect. And then this shows you a preview of what World 2 will look like. I actually am quite curious at this point about playing through the collaborative Super World, because it looks like things are aesthetically stitched together really well, even from the few samples that we've seen so far. Because I do feel like I am missing something by not seeing these levels in sequence and in context. But anyway, here's another standalone. It's called To Kill a Mecha Birdo, which doesn't quite look like a courtroom trial to me, but we'll see what it is, because I guess this was early 2017. I don't remember how to set in relation to when Mecha Bowzilla was uploaded. But it seems like there might be a bit of similarity here in terms of, you know, entering a mech, perhaps, if you look at the layout on the outside. But we'll see what it is and how it looks on the inside. Let's play. Okay, so we've got this Goomba that is totally wrecked here by a Mecha Birdo, presumably raining destruction on the town. Birdo versus Mecha Birdo. The old classic. Anyway, nowhere to go but through the one-way panel, so I guess we'll do it. Enter the inside, and then that's where the music gets going. There's so much going on aesthetically that disguises that this is in the castle theme. And we have to make way through here. And probably just up the lift without getting sawn apart or crushed. Oh, whoops. Wasn't watching my step. That's okay, we'll just see the intro sequence again. And continue. So, into the factory by the looks of it. Nothing much to look at here, just a local munitions plant. Guess we'll go up here and see where this takes us. And look at the heartbreak over on the right side. Maybe it's a heart that's being assembled. The heart of the Mecha Birdo, perhaps. Before the weapons were turned against us. We'll have to eventually get through the key. I guess we'll figure out what's going on here first in terms of where to walk. Here in the factory, I thought that was going to go back up. I wasn't watching the track carefully. That's okay. We're right back to the start. Yeah, nothing else is accessible here. Everything is just barely out of reach. So we'll just not die too much to what is so far relatively easy thematic level. We'll see how it escalates. But yeah, certainly I don't see nearly as many aesthetic levels like these in Maker 2, since it's just not quite as flexible when it comes to those elements of design. And yeah, you can just see how much mileage you can get out of pipe stacking. When it comes to... oh. The visual character of a level. Okay, I'm jumping too high every time. That's what's happening there. Didn't realize. This blaster seems blocked. There we go, and then before we come out here, let's see what's on this end. Can't jump there. Wait, we just cycled around though. I don't have a way to get the key. We were supposed to do something down below with all these blasters firing at us. I feel like we're supposed to pick up an object or something. Perhaps or activate the platform over here, except we don't have a way to get up to it. And regardless, well, let's take a look. So this blaster got blocked. Can't actually get up here though, can we? And what am I cycling around for? Who's holding the key? Okay, so we need to solve something in this room. Not actually clear on what it is. Unless I'm just missing a jump here. It can't be. Like, we probably had to get on top of that platform on the left side and... Oh, no. You see the pipe on top of the red blaster. That's something you can exit. We just didn't see that. It's the only thing you can interact with, in fact. Oh. It's going to be an exit point there. Pretty clearly. No, it's not. Okay, never mind. Well, we're supposed to get on top of the blue platform, but we're not able to load anything there, so... What is going on? I guess once you get these blasters loaded, maybe, yeah, you spawn these blasters and you have to load them continuously over. Perhaps. Yep. And then you just need to walk over, so a blaster that spawns onto the left eventually comes out to the right. Okay, so you're supposed to probably follow the bottom elements and escort them over somehow. Whoops. Until they do something for you. In terms of the track layout. Like, let's see. Yeah, because it's going to load two at a time like that. And perhaps if you walk over, you're going to load two at a time again or not? It is not. Not sure I get it. Because it would have to be something that's activated by you going to the left side, which you currently can't access. Something that I'm spawning in that position that we then perhaps escort into place. Haven't really checked a lot of the pipes either. I feel like we have to get up to the blue platform at some point. Oh, okay, just like that. Okay, that was it. I just failed that jump often enough that we didn't wind up doing anything useful with it. Now we get enough of a jump, probably, to go through the key door. Okay, that was simple. We just didn't bother making the correct kind of jump, and we'll see what we can do with the 50 remaining seconds. Oop, that looks very ominous as well. And then this is... I can't quite read what it says. It's the company logo, I guess. Let's hit the checkboard before we do anything. There's a person here, and it says no. Something no. Kind of like, oh, I see. No, it's just a bunch of fireballs that are heading towards it, perhaps, and it says no. I see, yeah, this is a big design of, like, Birdo firing Birdo projectiles over this poor fellow, the Birdo eggs. And he's getting nuked by it. So perhaps that's just a schematic for how Mecha Birdo is going to work. Anyway, oh, here we go. Here's a chase sequence. I love how it's got the SMM1 boss music here too. This is an auto-scroll segment and music is therefore possible. So yeah, you've got this massive Birdo artwork here. Anyway, we're still on pace with the auto-scroll, I think. So it's just that we're going to be dangerously close to getting smushed. Oh, missed it. It's the opportunity to jump on the giant pink Birdo here. Very spectacular. Wonder if Mecha Birdo will be like Godzilla. Well, I mean, we're looking at this right now. Clearly, the nuclear radiation has not helped. And yeah, this is SMB2 music. That's exactly it. Oh. Anyway, get up here, gonna climb across. We just need to get in position to jump over to the door at the end of the sequence. The conjunction of the... Whoops, I need to jump a little higher than that to get on the top. I didn't compensate for the track movement there when it came to aiming that. Just need to land that jump at the end. Yeah, nice positioning at the beginning of the sequence with the spring too. Okay, let's go down. And then, we'll just try not to flub the jump this time. But yeah, the conjunction of the track timing and the auto-scroll timing gives the level this very well-controlled tension there at the end. So there's a block here and a P, but then I guess we just dodge. Yeah, it's Birdo firing projectiles at us, as you can see. This is the egg projectile, except much bigger than it was in SMP2. And I guess after a certain point, something will get loaded in on the tracks that will give us an object to stand on. Oh no, we needed to stand on the note blocks. The note blocks would have gotten me on top. The note blocks that are the egg, because, you know, it's a Birdo fight, so of course you have to jump on the egg. And then we just missed. And the egg is going to have a displacement, which is then going to activate the piece, which I think... Nope, missed it. We just jump around until everything cycles around, and then we try it again. Yeah, there'll be a couple of hits that we need to do, probably 3 if we had to guess, just because it's Mario Maker. And then the offset there with the cannon is going to activate the piece switch with an additional hit. After the piece switch activates, we'll see what happens to this whole layout here. Okay. Piece switch, well that gives me the key, and then Birdo is hauled it out, but the projectiles continue. That formation looks cool, you said? Yeah, very much so. And I think we killed the Mecha Birdo, and then here we'll have a little cake or something to celebrate. We will, of course, take a look at what's up here. It's more Birdo. Yeah, this is the right side of the factory area we saw earlier. Oh, very nice that you can just get a one-up off the boat. Yep, exceptionally complex aesthetic level there, but with everything just moving in the right place. It's kind of like a Pink Birdo self-portrait level, if you think about it. The 13 alien hieroglyphs. I wonder if this is going to be a cryptic puzzle level. We've seen some before. We did have a level that we played last year, this one here, Pen and Paper Pyramid, which was a pen and paper escape room, basically. We had to get the notepad out. I wonder if it's going to be something similar, or if it's going to be something completely different from that, conceptually. Let's see, the 13 alien hieroglyphs. MGM1, yeah, no worries about raiding and running. You get some sleep. Easy thing to forget. Look at this. Because this is Maker 1, you can spawn directly in locations like this, and it's something that you just don't see anymore. Oh, this is the wall run mechanic. Yeah, we saw this in the puzzle of the plumber in the walls, which was actually deleted by Nintendo and re-uploaded. That one was by John or Tetratarix. And it was a whole puzzle level based around this concept of jumping into walls. But here, this is going to be a bit of a tree climb here. We pop out with the blaster overlap happening at the spawn point. And then here, I guess maybe we need to... probably... Oh yeah, we just enter. Okay. I feel like we probably need to translate this, don't we? That there would be clues that tell us what to make for this message. Unfortunately, there's no capture button on the Switch that will allow me to decrypt this, but I feel like these are in fact words with spaces. It's going to be something to decode. And that, yeah, you see some shared characters here that will need to be decrypted. I think we need a notepad page for this. Because, yeah, we'll have to see the shapes. I wonder if the cipher is anything like the cipher for the other level that was seen, in fact. Not that my notation for my notes from years ago will make any sense to me now. But it's probably telling you some kind of critical location once you sort out all the clues to read this. I mean, we know that when there's just one letter by itself, that if this is something that will translate to English, that it will either be an A or an I. And sometimes make some inferences like that to simplify. And we know that there's going to be, you know, a certain vowel and consonant distribution such that one of these letters will be, for instance, a vowel that will be like in or on or something, and that will give us one of the vowels here. Looks fairly clear that that's going to be a vowel, in fact. You see it kind of placed like this as well, and then kind of tells you that this will be consonant. And yeah, just doing this by distribution, that way you can kind of see what the possibilities might be. Anyway, in that case, I think we need to get the notepad open. 13 alien hieroglyphs. Yeah, we need to get the notepad open. One moment while I launch it. It's the notepad setup that I use for Maker 2 escape room sometimes. Let me just see if I can get it on screen. Notepad, where is it? Here we go. And then we'll just start filling in the string according to the number of letters that we have. It'll be 1, 4, 2, 5. Like that. And then it'll be 3. It's probably something like the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4. So, for example, if this is I and this is E, this would be pipe. Let me try to hide the notes for a moment. If we were to speculate, we could probably fill in some of this just by guessing at Mario relevant material, and then we'll go through the whole level, of course, to see all the clues and corroborate, but just to simplify, this would be like A or I. it probably A. There's going to be some similarity to real characters, perhaps. So you can see this as saying, like, maybe A, something, 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 and then the something pipe, right? And then this would give you, you know, by inference, a couple of the characters that you can use throughout. So 1425, not 1245. Yeah, I totally mistyped that. Thanks for correcting me there. But, you know, we can even just blindly do something conjectural here. Like I said, I don't know if the cipher is the same cipher as the one that was in Pen and Paper Pyramid. But I do recognize the track symbols that have been designed, and we can kind of speculate that if there's some similarity to the Latin alphabet, you would get something like A, and yeah, because then let's say this is the E, and then you would get like in, for instance, unless it's if or is. Let's say we leave it blank for now. And I don't know what character would be you, but you can see this being potentially like something alone. And then, or let me take a look here. Or above, yeah, it could be above. It's likelier to be above, in fact. Let's just, this is totally speculative. We will, of course, corroborate it by playing through the whole level, just so we can see the level, but... And then... got 6 here. I bet the last one is pipe. I'm just going to guess it's pipe. And we'll fill in the other P's. These would be the two intersecting shapes. You see, it's hard to do this without being able to sketch, I guess. But I could totally see this being above. And then... the something pipe, this would be. Let's see what else we can corroborate here. The T's and H's, or... I mean, if this is V for above, it would be like a vine is above the something pipe, right? And then if this is an N, then this would be N, like O-N. Yeah. So you would have something like a vine is above something O pipe. No, it would be 6 characters here. But if it's is, then this would be S second. Vine is above the second pipe. Now, let's actually corroborate this. But, yeah, that's how you know you... I love how we're kind of able to decipher this from nothing. Almost. Just by using some vowel consonant inference. And also the contextual clue of, you know, what could possibly be denoted here in a Mario context. Anyway, we're going to time out, so we'll let that happen. But I bet it's a vine is above the second pipe, so we'll see what that is. So for example... Oh, you don't... No, let's respawn at checkpoint, because maybe this is the second pipe. Hang on, I actually do want to check that. Let's take a spike death for a moment. And then we'll walk around the level and see what we can do. Okay. Oh, I loved how it's the X-Files theme, too. Yeah, it is. A vine is above the second pipe. So we know that's the answer, but we'll, actually do the level, like I said. Because you can see how, for instance, if you manage to get up here, you would see that the P is this letter here. That'll give you the P in pipe, right? So you know what? Let's make sure that we've seen the whole level by jotting down the letters that are unique that we want to look out for, and we'll just see what has been solved and not solved. So one moment while I try to set that up in the notes. So let's say we'll just jot everything down that we're looking for. In fact, we'll just alphagram everything. Hang on, let me try to do this. Just so we see the letter distribution. So yeah, as you can see, the unique letters that we have are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, it's the 13 alien hieroglyphs though, so... Did I double up on something here, or just noted incorrectly? A vine is above the second pipe. Or did I just count incorrectly? Oh no, it's 13. It's 13, I just can't count. Yeah, so it's the 13 alien hieroglyphs because there are 13 separate characters that you can use. And we will just denote this by changing each one that was solved into lowercase to denote that we've seen it. That's the easiest way to notate it, I think. So we'll mark the P. Anyway, and then this will eventually give you the exit out here, but before that happens, let's hit level. Oh, there's an additional character up here as well of you. Oh no, it's just more tracks, probably for the music loop. Anyway, let's see the left side. Now that we've pre-solved the level. Yeah, because this is supposed to get you up here. And then you would have to drop down. It also shows you a key. Mushroom and a key, interesting. Maybe you need to jump to its... Oh, we stepped on that P, so that's not good, because having stepped on that one, we would need to reset the room in order to load it up again. Yeah, possibly we would need a key anyway, so... Oh, the key would get you through one of these key doors, and then basically every time you get a key, you get an additional clue. If I understand this correctly. So... Yeah, too bad about this P having to be reloaded. We'd have to jump up at the right time. And then this gives you the letter P. This is what gives you the P within camera view. And then you would basically plug in one key at a time to continue. And possibly check the pipes as well. And so yeah, this room basically gives you the S. If you look at a chain chomps, when a chain chomps come in, they make the letter S. And that's how you know that's the S. So I'm just going to note that down. I'm not going to open up the notepad every time, but I'm just making a note for the letters we've seen, just so we see everything. We'll check both pipes. Just to see more clues. I just want to see how the clues are designed, even though we've done a blind solve. Little platforming segments that you can do along the way, except we'll fail at that. And that's okay, we don't need to loop through everything every time. We just need to see the ones that we haven't done already. And so we've seen that door on the left, so we don't need to check that another time. And we'll check this one again. Then we'll go up. Oh, we'll let this go first. And then, yeah, the coins do give you a trail that's a bit difficult to see with the Maker 1 camera, but we made it. And then it'll be up into the pipe. And we'll miss because up pipes are just that fuzzy. Good thing we have a mushroom to ease up on things a little bit, although that'll make the up pipe even trickier. Lose that tile of height. Oh, nope. Anyway. Then we'll go down. And then we'll head up on this one. Up pipe entry is always going to be a little bit tense, but nope. And of course we'll just run right into that after the fall. And we'll head over here. Nope. Every time. Yeah, you would think that Maker 1 is a bit more flexible with the up pipes since they are enterable even with one tile open, but apparently not. Okay, and down we go. There we go, finally. Look at the blooper on the left too. I don't know if that was giving me very much. This is giving me a particular letter. This is giving me the letter H that was in the. So now we've seen it. It's visible on either side. I'm just going to convert it to lowercase in my notepad so we mark it as seen. We also have a key. Every time you get a key, you get a second clue that you haven't gotten already. Which is a good way to progress. Yeah, I guess it spits you out here because then the pipes are able to connect using the pipe stacking back to the initial zone to recycle the checkpoint. So yeah, because every time you can do challenges that you're comfortable with to see clues that you haven't seen and kind of get them in sets. This looks like it's definitely the letter N that we saw in Vine and Second. It also makes a backwards N if you look at it carefully. So mark the N as seen. Then, oh, we didn't do both here. We need to go down as well, right? Or have we done that? We have not. Okay, Skewer's gonna punch everything. Then, didn't really even see what was up there. But it seems like we're inside a zoo or menagerie of some sort where different creatures have been caged. I guess this is where the aliens are caging the domestic wildlife for their studies and experiments. The blooper on the other side is just, I don't know, a Metroid or something. Anyway, we made a total mess of that. I feel like we should have run over this platform and jumped on top, but yeah, we really should have jumped over that. Notice how they're keeping the flower specimens as well, which is a nice touch. Yeah, so I haven't been commenting much on the aesthetic flavor of some of the other rooms we've seen, and perhaps I should have. This is a menagerie. Then we'll climb out over here and then head on out, and then maybe jump through all this more elegantly this time. Okay, that's a lot better. Having the POW available allows me to get through this swamp. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, and then... How I wonder what you are, or something. No, it's, well, this is the... Maybe... wait a minute. No, there's no R that we're looking for, though. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, but the first one we know is an A, the top one. Let's listen to this again. Or maybe... Yeah. And I wonder why there's the... Change there. Yeah, the thing is, I know the first one here is an A because we solved it previously. I didn't memorize what the other ones are. And I'm wondering how to use a clue actually gives you 3 letters at once. Because there's no letter R in this. Oh, this is probably just A, B, C. Yeah, no, I'm thinking twinkle, twinkle, but this is actually A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then this gives you A, B, and C. Okay, so interesting way to do all 3 at once. Took me a moment to think about that. Because of course the natural thing you just think when you hear that is also twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder where you're at. Let's see. Yeah, I was wondering how with the number of rooms available we were going to get 13 characters, but this is how you get 13 characters. You just get 3 in a chunk. And then we'll open up something here. And yeah, so you actually wind up with more keys than you need to check all of the rooms that are required. So this would give you another clue here. Which is everything going anti-clockwise. Star, star, fire, fire. It's something kind of rotational. Maybe it's the strokes that you make as you write or something, or maybe you need to combine them. I actually can't decipher this one. Oh, I know. The left side... So the right side is empty because the left side is telling you something about the right side when you kind of relate them by inference. Let me take a look at what this character was. Yeah, so this one was the one that turned out to be a D, and so I know we're kind of solving this backward instead of properly solving it, but I wonder why that would be. Yeah, this one I actually don't get, and I would like to figure out what it is exactly, because there is obviously a little bit of a displacement between all of the different rotations. Oh, yeah, no, this is actually a rotational clue. So every picture on the left, when you rotate it anti-clockwise 90 degrees, you get the picture on the right. So star rotates left, you get the star, you know, a little further on the track. Same with the fire bar, same with the spike tops. So it's showing you that if you rotate the shape, you get the letter D. And of course, we kind of knew what solution we were going for, but then that does make a certain amount of sense. There will be another platforming challenge on the right side for another key, it seems. But we'll check both pipes first. And we'll just make sure we see everything that this level has to offer. So yeah, I like the idea of having more keys than you need, and, you know, just being able to can choose. It's funny because this looks like it's something you can potentially enter. This looks like a whole bunch of faces. Maybe this is the alien design. I don't know what this was all about. Well, we'll assume that this is what the aliens look like. Until we're told otherwise. Oh no, we're dropped in through here, so we need to probably do this and then do some momentum platforming through the middle. Yeah. Yep. Right off the edge, if we can. And then right up there as well. I wonder we need a star or something. No, we don't. We just need to run accurately, and then we zoom back to get away. And then the arrows are telling me something. Or maybe it's just part of the visual design. Oh, the key is up there. Okay. So yeah, and then you can grab another mushroom on the way out. So the level forgives you for... rather asks for your forgiveness for requiring that you take some damage. Hang on. Okay, whoops, no. Slipped right off. Yeah, kind of interesting that instead of just being puzzle clues everywhere, it's a mix of puzzle clues and platforming challenges. Which we don't see that often with the escape rooms, because, you know, people often design things nowadays that are strictly one or the other, either you kind of pure escape room with no mechanical requirement, or you're platforming instead. Anyway, that gives you the key. Oh, no, that gives you a letter on the top too that we didn't look at. Hang on. Let's do this again. We're going to time out eventually, but we don't care so much. But we do need to see what the letter is over here. So it's telling you something about the stretches and the spinies and everything kind of going down. With those arrows. I wonder. Like you have one and then you have three that collapse. Yeah, this is actually a mirror image. That's what it is. It's telling you to look at it as a mirrored surface, such that everything above or below the central row of ice blocks is flipped. And it's telling you that you'd flip this shape around and then you get a letter V. Very similar to the D clue. It's just telling you how to translate one symbol into another. That is more familiar. I wonder if there was something on the top right, actually, now that I think about it. We're going to timeout, though, so let's just come in here quickly and check this room with 8 seconds remaining. With no time to read it. You have all these POWs over here, you have... Yeah, that's something that's just part of the aesthetic flavor. We haven't really, like I said, kind of read into each of these components, but it's basically 4 blocks over there. We'll need to look at this again carefully once we get another key. Again, we already know what the solutions are, but we'll try it again anyway. Was that top or bottom that we did just now? Let's see. I think it was bottom. No, this is something new. We haven't seen this room. And it's just a big vine climb. And then this gives you a letter clue over here, along with a key. I'm guessing that once we hit the POW, the coins are going to arrange themselves in such a fashion as they bounce that if we watch them carefully, it will give us the letter clue. That was really hard to see, actually. Huh. Curious. I'm not exactly sure. As everything was growing. Oh no, it's the letter T. It gives you the outline of the letter T. If you look at this, so T is resolved. Anyway, let's go back to the other... Whoops. Clue that we saw earlier. Just need to climb back out, I think. And then we'll plug it into this room. So yeah, this one... Let's see what this room is trying to tell me. It's got all these Tetris shapes. It's telling me it's the letter I because it's the I block in Tetris. Now, this is very interesting. Because... Yeah. Well, let's just say that the inheritance of the pink Birdo style in certain levels in Maker 2 was even more obvious than I thought. Because this reminds me of a very, very specific Maker 2 level. But anyway, it's the letter I. Let's just say I've seen this idea in Maker 2. That's all I'll say on the subject. And anyway, we'll do this little platforming segment over here. We've seen I. Then here seems to give you multiple symbols as well. Something equals something, something, something. E equals MC squared. And the square is squared. And of course, C is something that has already been given you in another room, but this gives you E. And of course, there's no letter M that's in the overall palette. It's just here to kind of make it obvious that you would be dealing with it. Yeah, because M isn't actually in the message. But you look at this and you're supposed to see it as E equals MC squared, and of course if you've seen the ABC room, you can corroborate the C. But even the M and the square are enough to work with here, I think. So this is all the clues to figure out the original text that we got without them. Yeah, I want to see all the clues so I can see how they are laid out. We have actually seen every clue at this point except for O. I don't know where we missed O. It might have been in the top right in the B room. Yeah, I have been tracking this, and at this point my notepad looks like this. Basically, I toggled everything to lowercase every time we found a clue. So we found every clue except O, and I think I know where it is because we didn't check the top right room when we saw V. So that's in the platforming room where we become small. And so I just want to see what the clue looks like. And I believe this is going to be in the top segment here. Unless there was something else we missed. But I am pretty sure that it's in the top right here since we left the room without looking at it. Because the arrows go... Whoops, no. That way, but I think the arrows are just part of the visual design. Escape out this way. Maybe there isn't anything over there. There's a one-up mushroom. Whoops. Totally fell on that. That's okay. Yeah, unless there was something else I missed, but I think I've seen all of the other rooms at this point. Entered every pipe. Now, it did look like it was just a whole bunch of spikes up top. So I wonder if this is something traversable, but there was a one-up mushroom up there that might have been relevant. Yeah, because, oh no, okay, that just hits the wall over to where the thwomp is, and the thwomp was just guarding the other room. So no, it will not be this room. And I wonder where the O clue was then. Unless the O is just obviously an O. Because it's just, you know, equivalent to itself. We'll see if we can find it. It would be an odd omission for there to not be an O clue. Now, I'm not just saying that because odd and omission start with O, that's just a coincidence. Because I wonder what that could have been. Because we definitely want to see everything that's been put in the level, which is why I'm kind of insisting on this. Anyway, we know this is the exit, we just didn't see where the O was. Did we actually check every key room? I think we did. Yeah, this gave you the D. I mean, maybe you're just meant to understand the O is an O, but if there's something we haven't seen, I'd like to take a look at it properly. And yeah, we saw this whole area earlier. Maybe there's something we missed on the side. Whoops. Seemed like there was another room to the left here that we didn't look at. Yeah, because this was where we saw the P. Don't know if there was anything else we didn't enter. I'm pretty sure we saw this room. We looped around it all the way. I'm just trying to capture as much of the level as we can. So this whole area here. Because this was with the pipe jump up top. Maybe there was something to the left. No, that's just a menagerie to the left. We saw that already. I mean, the O just directly looks like an O, so it's entirely possible there's nothing associated with it. Because maybe you just expected at that point to understand everything else. Yeah, because if there was an O clue, I don't remember finding it. Checked all the keys. That was just the N room. This was just the S room. Yeah, maybe there is no O clue. Since it's the only letter in this layout that just looks like itself, right? It's entirely possible that it's just a freebie. Because all of the other ones require some kind of decipherment, but the O really doesn't. Because what would the clue even be? Anyway, let's go through here. Oh, look, there's more. Should have taken notes. Something. Something I-T hit the P. Yeah, it says hit the P. P looks like it'll drop you, but it actually won't. Hit the P is the solution. We'll see what happens if you hit the other P. I think it's just gonna make that redundant. Okay. Never mind then. Yeah, because it looks like it's gonna drop you, so the player would be reluctant to hit the P blindly. But then, if you read the instruction, then you know that hitting the P is in fact correct. And then T-E-S-T test something something A-S hang on. Yeah, I did get to read that carefully. We'll have to look at... No, we've got vines. We've got vines. Okay. It says T-E-S-T. And then it looks like test... E-L-A-S... No, something... A-S-E. Totally don't remember. Because we didn't take notes about the exact shapes while we were figuring this out. Oh, and then this... Oh, whoops. Test. I think it's like supposed to be test... Space? No, we know this is something something A-S-E. Or... Yeah, you think that's a P, but then why would it be P-L-A-S-E-P something... Test phase, test phase. This is an H. Yeah, so this is test phase and then 2 because it's I and I. Test phase 2. And I guess this is just a symmetry door or something. You don't actually get to do anything through it. At least I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it says test phase 2, yeah. Kind of surprised you can't enter any of this out. Maybe you can hit something underneath, but then the vines overlap and you don't have a key anyway, so I think it's just symmetrical key doors. Why would it be? Why would it be? I feel like we're missing something. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, we would have an extra key potentially. It could just be there for symmetry in the design. Not exactly sure. But yeah, perhaps there's no clue for the O. And even if you had a key at the end, you wouldn't have a way to get through that key door, so. Anyway, that was 13 alien hieroglyphs. Yeah, pre-solving it obviously helped quite a bit. We've done a couple of levels in this style before, and the Tetris room in particular is quite reminiscent of a clue I've seen in a particular Maker 2 level that had some similar ideas. Anyway, we've got a couple of these Super Discord Brothers levels. This was from the third of the Super World projects. It was a world that was composed entirely of SMM1 levels. And these were just 3 of the levels that were in the overall sequence. So we're going to play through them. And then really there's just one more after that because we had recorded both Unseparate Birdo and Yoshi and Pen and Paper Pyramid last year. So we're going to finish the rest of this set. Starting with That Ceiling Feeling. Anyway, pretend flag over here. What level number was this? C2. A little vine that you can hang off of in case you'd like to do that. So yeah, it's kind of backwards. That's ceiling feeling. I guess this bit is backwards and then we'll enter a world that's upside down. This is a 1-2 upside down, basically, almost. It's got the Buzzy Beetle in there, but upside down and backwards. Whoops. Which means that you have to sneak under on the left side to get to the warp zone, perhaps. Whoops. Didn't think about the plant there. Anyway. So it's an upside down and backwards. Well, with the Buzzy Beetles is actually more reminiscent of SMM1 post-game. But a couple of the enemies are modified as you go. We'll see if we can actually hit any of this stuff. Oh, hey, the lanky mushroom. Haven't seen this in quite some time. This is the first level in the pink Birdo set that was seen with it. We'll obviously try to go through as lanky. Oh, nope, and then that was unwise. Anyway, lanky mushroom, let's do it. And it's not a random draw, it actually was the intentional lanky mushroom. Very helpful in a level like this one, obviously. Very helpful too, if we can just jump off. There we go. Poor lanky Mario was just assigned a baseball duty in Maker 2. Oh, no, just slip right off. Now, if you're not lanky, we're going to have a somewhat harder time with this. Oh, no. Although if you are lanky, you're not going to do much better. Anyway, let's time this. No, I wonder why I'm missing my jumps so badly. I know that all my jumps have been feeling a little behind the beat here on my Wii U gamepad. Alright, I guess we're doing it this way. Too bad. I guess you would, if you don't have lanky, then you would need to let the Buzzy Beetle punch through the left side, and then we'd have to take that passage. Weird Mario, I think they call him Weird Mario. I call him Lanky because, I don't know, I'm thinking of Lanky Kong or something. I know that the sort of official term is Weird Mario. And you don't need to jump off the shell, you can just jump up. Yeah. Basically able to do this. Yeah, Weird Mario started out as a bug in the game, as I recall, and the developers just decided to keep it. Which is not something they'll let us do when we're playing Mario Maker. Well, too bad we lost it. We might have had access to something else interesting at the end. Yeah, of course it's using Buzzies in place of certain other elements because, you know, they actually have a ceiling cling. And we can... Over here, this is reminiscent of the famous 4-2 secret. Yeah, quite a lot here that's evocative of the original Mario levels flipped. I wonder if there's a pipe there because there is technically a warp zone that gives you the top of the flag. I bet there is. That if you, for example, I bet there's a warp zone that if you were tall you could get over here. Even if you're not tall you could... Okay, never mind. But perhaps if you had a Buzzy shell sail on down here... No, it's not really going to get there. Maybe there isn't an alternate exit. I I don't know about that, though. With the flag placement the way it is, I feel like this is worth checking. Let's try just here. Nope, it's not. Yeah, I think I'm accustomed to just calling him Lanky Mario, but it was definitely not intentional behavior in the game originally, but as they were developing Mario Maker, they just decided to keep it. Which is why there's that random draw behavior that happens in Mario Maker 1 when it comes to this. Yeah, I kind of wonder about the type under the flag. Whoops. Now we're getting ourselves in all kinds of trouble. Because obviously if you're going to do, you know, SMB1 style underground level flipped, obviously you're just asking the player to check for the usual warp zone locations. Nope. Okay, guess not. I guess we'll punch through this way. Or not. It probably is something that we need to keep Lanky Mario to reach, if I had to guess. Don't know what it would be, though. I mean, we can always check up here. Up top. What if we ran up top all the way back? That seems like an SMB2 thing to do, right? Look at that, SDB! That's exactly what it is. And because this is the warp zone, yeah, so the warp zone is actually sort of its original, you know, rightward configuration. I wonder if all of these just lead to the same type over here then. Maybe come back down. Yeah, they all lead back to this one. And I think all three will go up here. I'm glad we found this. Because, yeah, like I said, you're going to do a tribute level to SMB1 Underground. Of course you're going to... Oh, yeah, and you need Lanky Mario in order to reach the top of the flag, but... Oh well. It's precisely placed such that you would need to do that. Otherwise, you don't get the full wonderful. Well, that's okay. At least we know how it works in theory, even though we didn't demonstrate it. But yeah, just inviting the player to check for the warp zone, and it was just a matter of understanding what orientation and place it would be in. And we just found it immediately. And it's something that's not visible in the more info screen, so I'm glad we found it. Chekhov's door. Oh, I suppose this was supposed to precede the other one. But if you see a door on the stage, I guess it's just waiting to be opened, so we'll do that. Yeah, I don't know about the numbering World B, World C, if those were bonuses in the original sequence. We'll have to check that. Or if they were just part of the main worlds. Okay, and of course, yeah, that's not a pipe you can enter. It might just be an aesthetic connection from something that was previously in the Super World. And door up there looks like it's something we'll have to check at some point. But right now, nothing we can do here but dodge the run out, which I'm going to wait for another pass to do. Oh, look at that. Everything's a little off kilter. And then, where do these guys go? He's just going to cover this. Okay, that's fine. But I guess maybe we need to reload back into this. Oh, look at that. Look at the pipe stack here. Look at this backward pipe stack. Look at this backward pipe. Where are you? Enter. Yeah, we have to do this again in order to jump on these stumps while they're coming down. and then totally miss. That's how you know the level is extra funky here. Oh, whoops. Alright, let's wait for the plant. And just run across when we can. With a little more momentum than I'm giving it, perhaps. And let's do this as well. And we'll head on over once we can. This will eject me over here, and then we come over here. Good. And we'll need to ride on the stumps to come up over here. Yeah, so look at this. All the pipes are flipped around from the previous zone. But it's otherwise equivalent. Then you have a bit of a chomp right over here. And then enter the pipe backwards. Well, the backwards stacks here look like they're just set up to drive somebody crazy. Let's not get crushed by the stumps or by Spy in the Cloud. And then we flip this around. And have to drop in here, I suppose. Oh, it's the lava walking setup. I don't remember how the setup worked in Maker 1. There are a couple of ways to do that offset in Maker 2. Well, of course, this just tricks you out immediately. Often with things like cannons or blasters on slopes or some other methods. Big cannons, I think, are the low-budget method of doing this, but I don't know what it is here in this level, because Maker 1 has its own tag. I guess we'll just enter here. And that's saying no. There's probably some kind of visual clue then as to what I'm allowed to walk on. Well, I mean, it's not going to be this area here, though. So what was it? What's the visual clue then, if it's not that? It's the coins on the plate. So I don't see what the visual clue is I'm supposed to look for in order to determine whether a location is going to be safe. I don't see it at all. Maybe we just do a leap of faith and... No, it can't be that. Something else going on. That looks like there's supposed to be some kind of P-switch activation. Like over here. Ah, okay. Interesting. In a way, here's Lucky. Now, that bounce gave you a clue as to where you're allowed to go. Coins are not safe. I think that's the idea, is that coins are not safe. Because you can see from the bottom coin that there's not going to be an object there that braces you. Yeah, if you see coins there, it's not going to be safe. That's what it is. Because the bottom coin tells you that there's nothing there that's hidden in that particular tile that will get you where you want. I understand it. No coins means you can stand there. Coins mean you can't. it's a difficult concept to communicate. If you know what the restrictions are and overlaps in the editor, then you can determine that. Yeah, look how deep it looks like I'm walking. And of course the chomp bounce gives you the clue as well. It's right up to my feet. Alright, I suppose we'll enter here. And then here's the Bowser gate. We'll play as Bowser against Mario. Here's a role reversal for you. Let's up here. And I guess we're going to make Mario sink as soon as we hit the axe, right? Well, we'll hit the axe, we'll step on a P after that, and then that drops Mario into the abyss, and then that's how Bowser gets his revenge. Just watch. He hits the P, and then Mario drops off and melts away and becomes Dry Mario. Yeah, very interesting, although I feel like I almost need program notes for some of the ideas that were happening there with the pipe flipping and other reversals. It's called Chekhov's door because you know that you see that door at the beginning and you're going to enter it at some point, even though it's inaccessible. You know it's going to go off by the final act. Anyway, one more from SDB, which is Hawkmouth Hideout. This is from B-4. Got another mask on this one as well. Yeah, this one is going to be in the style of SMB2. You can see because of the little gaping bird gate at the beginning, as well as the Phantom mask. So, without the SMB2 mushroom, of course, but it will be the SMB2 tribute that we see here. Oh, and of course you can choose who you want to play as. Just of the 4 choices in SMB2. I guess given a choice we should have kept Birdo, but Princess isn't going to float for us here, unfortunately. You know, I bet we can get on top of that muncher and run up top. And get absolutely nothing for our trouble except Shy Guy. Okay, we'll take that. Not exactly on stilts, but good enough. Anyway, bombs all over the place. Because that's similar to SMB2 as well, obviously. Oh. Yeah, I see what the munchers are supposed to be. The jumping munchers are supposed to be ninjas. So that's how the SMB2 tribute works here. Is that the munchers are ninjas. And yeah, because this is definitely meant to be SMB2 as well, this bit here. Oh, whoops, totally got caught by that. And you can climb if you want. Although you'll see here that we need a P-switch or something to get us through, plus a key. So, here we go. And oh, nope. Conveyors here just throwing me off completely. In the most literal sense. Alright, let's not get caught by the ninja munchers any more than we already have. Having a little ninja disco. No, you see, I got caught by the same one. We just faked out yet again. Anyway, we need to do this little maze here and possibly get down to the coins if I'm not mistaken. I'm probably mistaken. Let's come down. Yeah. Okay, and we dig. And then we can probably switch to all the relevant characters. The 4 plus unlockable Birdo, because Rosalina wasn't in this one yet. And of course, I'm looking at all these bricks here, and SMB2 brain is, sorry, Maker 2 brain rather, is just telling me scroll break, and it's not. But still going to make our way over here to see what remains. No, this was just a segment we saw previously, right? Or was it not? No, it's something else. Yes, it is. No, it's where we were previously with the coin, so we can just go back. Which means we can kind of do it layer by layer. Big sprawling exploration level, just the way we like it. We'll head up to the door. And that's checkpoints, and then you have the character select again. No slot machine game though. And then, whoops, no. Well, I guess we'll go back to the character select. Let's go princess. Then... Nope, hang on, there we go. Wasn't climbing that very gracefully, but we made it. And let's continue this way. Yeah, we'll eventually head down there with a E and a key, as you can see, P and key right there. And then spawn blocking is going to basically create the Phanto chase. Played a level yesterday too that had a kind of quasi-Phanto chase, which was really neatly done. Whoops. Oh, we should have taken the character at the character select. And yeah, basically, as you transition between zones, you're going to have the infinite P-switch mechanism. I actually don't know where the infinite P-switch is being loaded here. Can't see it on screen. But it is there. And of course, that actually makes the conveyor belts more manageable. And then, yeah, Phanto falls down there. Come up. Then, that's going to get me through the whole segment. Oh, should have gone up that one up. That's okay. Checkpoint, character select, and then we let the P-switch expire. Yeah, I didn't see what the infinite P-switch mechanism was at all in that room. Oh, but here's more Phanto. Let's check up here first, just to see. Oh no, bad idea. Character select. Let's go Luigi. Yay. Oh no. Alright, guess not. Press against this. Smack this, and I guess we didn't see what was on top, but maybe there are multiple routes. One up, okay, we'll take that. Whoops, if we can. Running around on conveyors is not exactly our forte here. Whoops, no. Very easy to spill over onto the spikes if we're not careful. I think we're supposed to go up. Yeah, I think this is just a bonus room then. Unless there's something down below. We haven't checked yet. Maybe there is. Oh, yeah, it's a door. And the the doors are matched here. Let's grab Birdo, and then from here, oh, it's going to be the boss fight. We'll just drop. Whoops, nope, that's a bad idea. I didn't realize I couldn't drop there. Okay, that's fine. We'll just reload from this area as Toad, perhaps, just to give him a bit of airtime. So what was this area up here? We didn't check. Alternate route or something else? Doesn't look like that's traversable. I mean, we could lose Toad and get on up, but oh, that is something. Alternate route? Yeah, that's just an alternate route. It gives you another exit over to this area. And then you still have to go down past that point to enter the door that we saw earlier, which goes to the next character select. We'll go Birdo again. So maybe this is just time survival. So I don't see anything to interact with if we can't enter, unless we get into the mountain and hit some blocks or something. Because if it's not down the right side, and it's probably not down the left side either, you have to survive on this platform. Maybe we get into the mountain and we just hit some things? I don't know. Is this a safe zone that I can just sit on? Or is there something I'm supposed to hit? Oh, whoops. Maybe I'm supposed to fall into something on the right side. I don't really see where to go, but it seemed like dropping was not the right idea, but then we couldn't see what else to do. Try to look at this for clues. Oops. Probably not dropping at the left side either. I don't know if we have to hit a particular note block or... There is a middle layer there. Perhaps if we drop it and hang right. Nope, we can't. Everything's blocked off. There doesn't look like if we hold right that maybe there's a hidden pipe spot that is down below. Yeah, so multiple routes through to the boss room. Maybe there's something I'm not cluing into that is much more obvious in relation to SMB2 in a way that I don't remember. I think maybe we need to hit the bricks. Oh no, the bricks come down to crush you, so it can't be that. Well, I don't see what I can interact with. Because we tried hitting all the bricks. Or hitting all the question blocks right on the right side. Maybe you have to enter something down below. Or maybe you have to hit... Yeah, you hit the bricks as you go, and then... But you're likely to take damage when you're doing that, so you need to switch between the different characters. And there's maybe some kind of entity trickery once you get rid of some of those blocks. Because they're track blocks that would count towards the entity limit. Yeah, and it is based on a P. That's right. Seems like we're required to take damage for that, though. It's very difficult to do otherwise. Yeah, that's what it is. You hit the bricks. Totally thought they were crush blocks, but... Once you realize it is some entity trickery, then that becomes much more sensible. And of course, we'll get the finish on a Shy Guy. Okay, that's it. One more to go. Alright, let's put a star on this one. And then... yeah, you may also enjoy Use Your Forehead. We'd already played that. That was one of the previous ones on the list. I still don't know what the recommendation system is based on in this game, but we occasionally do see levels we recognize in there. You've met with a terrible fate. So, I haven't played this, but I heard about it some time ago. It is a Majora's Mask level. And, well, more than that I don't remember, but we'll see how it treats the Majora's Mask theme. As we look into the last one that we'll be doing today, because as I said before, we did record both the 2YMM and Perplexing Puzzles project level when we last did a lot of Maker 1, so this will be a good one to finish on, I hope. And of course, we'll have to get used to not having Link's powers in Maker 2 as we get the costume here, this Triforce piece. Yeah, that is indeed a terrible fate. You consigned to being Mario again. We do need to lower this in order to spring. So I guess this is a level where Link just becomes Mario for a bit, and then that's the terrible fate, apparently. Okay, so down here, this is the clock tower. This is the Clocktown clock tower. How far does this get you over here? And here's the moon. Bearing down on Clocktown. Oh, I love that. You can play the song here too. Then, the POW is obviously going to get you through the swamp. It'll also... no, the other guy's on tracks, so gotta deal with him yet. On the other hand, we come down here. We can go through the clock tower, can't we? No, we can't. I was hoping for a Happy Mask salesman or something, but seems not. This pipe, maybe it gives you the mystery mushroom. Yeah. That's right, that's what it is. So you put on your tunic again. We wrap around, and we should be able to. We had another jump earlier that was exactly this movement. In another level where I was wondering if we could do it. Anyway, we'll ride this across. Maybe that's the Zora's or something. Over the crown. Get the band back together. Should really play Majora's Mask again. It's been some time. It's really quite an astonishing game. And anyway, here we go. Over here, nothing. And then we play the song again. Unlock this dungeon. Whoop. Thing on the vine. Yeah, because I guess you get to play each of the songs that sort of unlocks your way into the different temples. Very substantial. This looks like Stone Tower. be flipping anything upside down like we've been doing a couple of other creations. Whoops. Yeah, there is a key coin collection that we need to do at some point. And speaking of key coin collection, here's one right here. Think we can make it yet? We'll have to go up and around. Oh, whoops! That was not what I was hoping for. It does give you a key. And the key would get you through that key door, which, well, we'll see what that does. And we'll switch back to Link. This is going to be Thwomp displacement using the note blocks. Displace like that. Then, yeah, it'll be a displacement gate either way. We've got the mystery mushroom costume. We'll drop the bomb rather than through that. I suppose we needed to get the Thwomp out on this side, and then the bomb would open up the pipe. So we walk across. So let's move the Thwomp. Oops, ran straight into it. Hang on. Yeah, Thwomp should be movable to the right, so let's do it. Go. Then we'll drop it. Up to the position, and then we can walk a bomb over, or kick a bomb over, perhaps. It'll be a kick. A couple of kicks, in fact. Nope, too fast. Not how bomb chews work. This game. Nope, one more kick would have done it. Hang on. Damage protection here is very, very useful. Nope, too fast. Yeah, we're supposed to get it over the right side here, clearly. And you only need one tile in order to enter that in Make 1, so we'll take that. Then, get all three. Get through. Oh. Very stony-faced over here. Maybe through the center column. Anything? Nope. We just need to make it through. Gonna have time trouble here before too long. Let's try to get the first coin before this sequence is over. We'll sail on back and we're through. And that's gonna be key 1, key 2, key 3. Oh, that's a whole lot all at once. Oh, where do we go from here then? That key door right there. Oops. 50 seconds to take care of this. Let's see if we can find where we had mystery mushrooms so we can get back safely. It doesn't feel like I can land over there, not yet. We have to hit this POW. Nope. Well, pretty far along too, and just didn't figure out how to get to the key door in time. Anyway, back into the tower. Then we'll just go for the first key. wrap around this way to continue. And then, yeah, this will be the bomb kick that we've done previously. It shows you what the first interaction is going to look like. Whoops. It's going to look like that. Drop this guy. Wrap around and do a couple of bomb kicks over. Without overshooting. Whoops. No, that was a little bit rough there. Anyway, let's head back. Let's get the key again. So yeah, the 3 key coins come together as a set. And we just need to navigate our way back to the key door to solve the rest. Okay, let's take this carefully. And then we'll punch this open as well. Once that's out of the way, oh nope, we need to lower it all the way if we can. And then, let's not get smushed by all this. Platform our way back up. Anyway, we'll wait for this to get set up in the right position. That's a little bit off. Come on, there we go. Mentally, I'm thinking, oh, why don't we just take an arrow shot over here? Because of course that's just a natural thing to do, right? If you're playing as Link anyway. So, Piranha drops a vine over there, but then how does that get you across where you need to go? Also notice that POW that we saw earlier has already been activated under that muncher. Centrable, it was not. Oops, nope. Ran right into that. It doesn't look like there's anything down there left. Perhaps we enter. Perhaps we enter the left side. No, that's how it came out, though. That can't be it. Well, this allows you to go under. And let's see what happens when we go through here. It's the same. It's symmetrical. Not seeing the continuation here. Although, oh, I see. Releasing the P-switch allows you to open up the lift. Yeah, that makes sense. And then that gives you the key door, assuming that you can get in on the correct side, which I'm not able to do here. One POW hit would have done it. Slightly. Having already taken damage here, I'm in a much weaker state. But yeah, now we at least know what the P-switch is doing for me there. And we'll proceed. Back into the tower. That just gives you a mystery mushroom right away. So yeah, we'll be going up this column. And after we go up that column, we can go up this column actually. There's no munchers on this side, or at least there wasn't the last time I was there. I wonder about the discrepancy. But because the P-switch will appeal away some of those coins, that is indeed how we're going to do it. Alright, down we go. Might as well just drop them first before we kill the bombs. And then we'll do the bomb kick the rest of the way. Oh, nope, too slow. A little bit of a slip up there. Let's wait for the next one. Nope, too much. Nope, let's not take risks. There we go. A little bit tricky to not overshoot when you're kicking it. Well, no replenishment of the mystery mushroom yet, so we'll have to make do with what we have at the moment. Until we dip out. That gives you 1, 2, and with the P-switch there, now we're able to go up. Oh. That gives you this key door. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I guess we can't enter the other one yet until we have something like a shellmet. Oh, look at that shellmet. Just as expected. But if you have it, well, no, we can't do much with it yet. We take it and it, whoops, no. And then we bump. Now, what would we bump it into? Okay, we bumped it like that, and then lop off the spike. And then having the helmet, we're now able to push through the left side once we have the key here. Whoops, no, having the helmet, I said. We have to do it again. That's okay, we just need the helmet, we don't need to have the key this time, so we'll get out quickly. Can't see where I'm going, that's the main issue here. Anyway, we can just punch this guy now. Oh, whoops, no. And here, that just gets you through. And we'll have some music. And then will you get into the boss room? Well, once we have an opportunity, yeah, let's let the clouds go to the right first, and we'll be able to grab this. And have to stay nice and low under his feet. Seems in keeping with how this fight used to work. Difficult to do that without taking damage, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, because we need to step on this to project it over, and then what's the next step here? Suppose it's the note block over on the right. Let me see what we're dealing with. Yeah, the flame positioning is a little tricky to work with at this point, I think. Oh, let's not bump our head. Then we get up here. What can we interact with here? Guess we'd have to work our way down. I mean, there is a POW here, but I don't see a convenient way to hit that. Maybe we jump on top of the note blocks? No. Seems unlikely. I think we need to hit this underneath to project something. Yeah, there we go. And then that lets me get out over here. On top of the note block as we get condensed against it. And then probably either way will do. Back here at the clock tower. And then finish with a song. Of time. Well, there's a Triforce for you. As we turn back time. Reset the clock. Well, that was an experience. Yeah, I wish I could have commented on more of the Majora's Mask flavor in more detail. It's a game, once again, like with Earthbound earlier, that I used to know much better than I do now. I think it's just been too long to catch all the specifics, but yeah, it really represented a pretty big chunk of the game there, though. If you look at the way that the dungeon entrances, etc., were put together. And the boss, of course. Very end. Alright, I think this is Pink Birdo % complete. And yeah, the only thing being that I think we, in some of the first split checkpoint levels, we didn't successfully do some of the hard routes. Because those were levels that, with every death, they would swap you to the other half. You know, you would start in the main world, you die, you go to the subworld, you die there, you go to the main world, etc. And we just did one route in some of them. But we, I think, played through enough of them to see the equivalents and see how the layout worked, so not going to be too fussy about that. But yeah, some really great stuff here. There was a whole one-screen puzzle hard mode that was buried inside Tunnel of Shame. That was quite good. The puzzles were excellent. You can really see the development of the puzzle format in Maker 1 in Microcosm, just by playing through this profile. A lot of the time-based puzzles were great. Time Stopper, I think, what might have been one of my favorite in the bunch. And a lot of things exploiting Maker 1 exclusive mechanics as well. The Yoshi solution was great as well, even though it was slightly time sensitive. Time slower, slowed down way too much time. Just a really fantastic profile all around, and of course Nightmare Cinema was just absolutely spectacular. Just an extravaganza, of course. Can't believe how much that packed in within the confines of what you can do in Maker 1, so that's going to be it for today. We have lots more Maker 1 profiles that I want to go through in the weeks ahead, so long as the servers cooperate. It often takes several attempts to connect nowadays. One last thing I'll show you too is that if you look at the global weekly list, it doesn't take very many stars to elevate somebody now, and so I got Pink Birdo up to number 3 just by playing through the levels, and some additional people I think have been clearing some as well, of course, but I think among the people who are still working on Maker 1, either doing things like Team 0% or they are playing 100 men with only a few months left in the life of the game. I don't know why you would want to spend your time playing 100 men instead of actually just playing good levels, but you know, to each their own. But yeah, I think this will kind of be a pattern as we play through some of the bigger repertoires, that as we go through a lot of profiles that I want to either revisit or in some cases visit for the first time, we'll be elevating some people to near the top of the maker list where, well, maybe that'll give somebody browsing this a unique experience. But yeah, we'll have more to announce about who we're playing next. I do have a list, and if people have recommendations for content that they want to see in Maker 1, please tell me about it in the Discord and we'll try to schedule it in, because we definitely want to see what we can while this game is still alive. Thank you so much for joining me today. And especially, I don't know if they'll ever hear this, but thanks to Pink Birdo for just an absolutely fascinating selection of levels. Incredible variety, so much development of the metagame visible within just 2 years of building, from 2015 to 2017 for some of the last courses, and that said, really just an evocative look at how much we're losing with the demise of Maker 1. And we'll be seeing that a lot too with other makers to come. And yes, Electrodude, I actually do have your, not your maker code because we don't have those, but I do have the level code that points to your profile, and we'll see if we can fit you in at some point. Like, we'll do some kind of dedicated clear. We've got a lot of makers to get through, but I definitely have you in my notes. Especially after the one that you sent me, the one time that we kind of ran Maker 1 viewer levels informally. And so hopefully you'll be here for that when we do eventually do it, and hopefully the servers will stay up for long enough for me to do it, because I definitely want to try that out. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see when we are going to be on next with even more Maker 1 later in the week. Thanks for watching. We'll send you folks on to somebody else very, very shortly, as soon as I determine who that will be. And as always, enjoy everything you are playing or making or seeing recede into the distance as it steadily approaches the end of its life on the available online services. So, have fun, take care, and above all, fare thee well.